This video is being shown to you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go.
What's up? What's up? What's up? It is your girl, Survivor Speaks. Oh, yeah, I'm wondering why I can't hear myself. I wouldn't be able to hear myself either if I wasn't speaking into the microphone. Give me 1 minute, y'all. I'm a little off today. Bear with me. All right, what's up, y'all? It is your favorite breast cancer survivor, Survivor Speaks, and I'm back with a live. So, how for always, y'all, this was last minute. Don't chew me. I haven't even shared it on Instagram. I just did it last minute before leaving my mother's house and dropping my daughter off. But y'all, let me share this on Instagram. I don't know if people will come over or not. And I didn't share it on X yet either. But y'all, we woke up to all types of headlines that the feds have dropped charges against Diddy. They don't have their case. The case has crumbled. Now, I'm no lawyer. However, I worked in the law enforcement field for 7.5 years. So you tend to learn things. And where I worked, it was a county facility. However, we had a contract with the Fed, so we had federal inmates as well. So they were held in the county where I worked. And they would go to court. And once they were sentenced, then the feds would come and pick them up. The first, when I was trying to make up my mind about what I wanted to do in life, elementary school, I wanted to be a lawyer. I love, true crime, and hence the reason why my channel is, about true crime. So, no charges. I just want to. No charges have been dropped against Diddy. When you don't know, you have to go to real attorneys and ask the attorneys the question. The predicate acts, as they were written, would have been too confusing for the jury. So they removed the attempted to charges, but the charges still stand. Let me see. I didn't pull up the I may pull up but I wanted to go over because I only saw when they started. They started court late today. It was supposed to be at 12. They pushed to 2. They didn't start at 3:45. So I only got some parts of whatever. And I know people see these big platforms. They're just posting that the charges have been dropped. That's not true. He's still being charged with the kid rapping. They removed the attempt to, because that's confusing. Did he do it or did he attempt to do it? And that's all that they removed from the jury charge, right? The verdict sheet. It's the only thing that changed. What is the other one that they removed? The attempting, the attempting the SMEX trafficking. I'm gonna pull it up on. I hope that I can find it easily. Let me log into my account. So they just removed like 2 attempting charges because it would be so confusing to the jury. The jury are not lawyers. They are, as we are. They are Diddy's peers, right? So it is confusing, even if you ask yourself, okay, so he attempted to kidnap who? But then y'all said that he did do it. That's confusing. So that's why they moved the attempted to and just, no, he did do, if you believe that he did, kidnap Capricorn Clark, then, and they have some other predicate acts under there. And the same thing, I believe it was with the SMEX trafficking case. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can log into my case. Yeah, log into my system so I can get the actual documents. Let me go here first. I probably could have got. Hold on. Okay, so that is what I am. And sometimes, we love our favorite content creators, but sometimes you have to go to the, legal, attorneys. And they explained it, perfectly about why they did it. So they don't want them to go back into deliberations, and it's already confusing to explain to them how to apply the predicate acts to the law, because this case it's not, because most people's minds, right, when you think of SMEX or SLEX X trafficking, you automatically think of people snatching people, throwing them in white vans and taking them somewhere. And that's how most people think about that, right? So this is different. But I do have a question, and I do have a kind of a theory, though, right? It's just all speculation because we don't know. Always for always, and Allie, what's up? Thank y'all for always holding me down. What for always is over here talking? It's 1,000 degrees. For always, I just came in. Like I said, this was a last minute thing. I was at my mother's. Her birthday is tomorrow, y'all. Shout out to my mother. She'll be 78 years old or years young tomorrow. So my daughter wants to take her out to breakfast, so that's what we're gonna do. And it may be too hot for her though. But so they have not dropped. No, they haven't dropped the case. They streamlined the charges, but they did not drop the. I want to pull up the. I want to pull up the actual paperwork, because you can't. It may look away. The man upstairs is in control, right? It may look away to certain people. It just may look away, but the jury is still going to be going back into the jury room, into deliberations with jury instructions. So that is what they're hammering out now. And so I don't think, like, because in the opening statements, they said that he was being charged with this, and this is the person that he was being charged. Nothing's changed. They just moved the attempted charges. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, you cannot make this up. You can't make this up. It is just let me see how. I logged in this on my phone last time. Or maybe I can just log in right here, right? Oh yeah. So I didn't think I had it saved. All right. So yeah, I do. All right. So let me look in here and see if I can grab what they. This is not what I'm. Okay, here it is. All right, so let me see. This thing gets on my nerve, but oops, let me see. And so yeah, sometimes, like we all get, things wrong. It's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean that you demean. So thank you so much for always. You demean somebody's platform and you don't have to do that. That's not necessary. People feel one way, that's their business, but you don't have to do that about anyone's channel. It's just that you correct the law, as if you know that the law that's not what the law means, and your attorney educate the people. But no one has to attack anybody's platform, because that's just what I don't think that that's helpful at all. But everyone is interested in this case, and you don't have to be an attorney to actually report on the case, right? There's a lot of people that aren't attorneys that are reporting on the case. However, and a lot of people have the opinions. We don't know which way it's going to go, because at the end of the day, the jury gets this case, and the jury gets to decide whether or not the government has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Diddy did commit these crimes. And that's it, and that's all. I'm just not into all of that back and forth, rah rah, all of that. I think. Oh no, I don't know why they took me here. Well, y'all know I'm y'all know I'm. Listen, I'm trying to figure out how do I log in here on my phone? Oh, okay, let me do this. Here we go. Oh, okay. So they're making me do all this again. Okay. I'm trying to put it in, but you're not letting me. Could you enter the okay, there we go. I don't okay. Can I look at this? They're like, where you wanna go? I wanna okay, here we go. Let me see if I can find this real quick. All right. Let me see if they'll just bring it up this way. Oh gosh. Chow. When I tell you, what did I put in the other day? I only had didn't I put up the 7? Child, this is too much. Hold on. Y'all done gave me too many cases. I don't want to look through all that. I'm not looking through all that. I did something the other day. I don't even remember how I did it. I was able to just pull up this case. And now it's not. It's giving me too many cases. I don't got time to look that up. Let me see. Did I put this the other day and it didn't work out well for me? He is the plaintiff, right? Let's see. It's criminal. Okay, let me see. All right. So, what is going on, y'all? All right, let me take this out. All right, here we go. All right, so that's what I did the other day. So let me just bring it up. Where is it? Which one is it? Let me see. This. Let's change this to most recent, and let's see what we give me. All right, this is it. All right, now let me see if I can find what they posted yesterday. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, but oops, I'll put my own paperwork. What in the world? Okay, so why is it grayed out? I can't even, it's not even allowing me to. Why is this doing this? I don't know why is it grayed out. Oh, I ain't go down far enough, y'all. Okay. So it was last night. Today is the 25th. Okay, so they filed it last night. So here it is. All right, so here we go, y'all. Hold on, let me just. Oh, this may not be. This may be. All right, give me a minute. I have to go pull another one because this is actually not. Hold on. Let me just. No, this is not. This is what the. All right. I gotta go back because this is not what that is. But I saved that one. That's not what I'm looking for, actually. Wow, this thing looks so different on the phone. I normally pull all the paperwork from the phone, and if I'm going to use it, I put it on here. But why do they always have like letters? Let me look down here. Yeah, this is so much. This case is really. Let's see if this says letter. It doesn't say. Okay, so yeah. All right. So thank y'all for being so patient. Yes, thank you guys for being so patient. So let me just bring this over here. So this is what the letter that this is the letter that the government filed. So the Diddy's attorneys filed a motion trying to get a mistrial. I'm not going to go through all of that, but I just want to look at the government, and then we're going to go over to Twitter to Inner City Press. I hope I didn't just jack his name up. Right. So I'm just going to just look at it. Showtime. Stress it. All right. Here we go. And y'all, I just want to let y'all know that I did try and what do you call that? React to Cardi B's outside. I ain't gonna do it. It's not worth it. They strike your channel. You gotta wait for all this and appeals and stuff. So yeah, I'm not into all that. I don't got time for that. So this is a letter that is directly, from the filings, right? Just pulled it up. Just pulled it up. So it says the Honorable Arun Sub Romanian, all that. Dear Judge Sub Romanian, the government respectfully writes regarding its requested edits to the court's proposed jury instructions. The government understands the court's desire for streamlined instructions. So Judge Sub Romanian did ask them to streamline the instructions, and also that their charges, he said the other day, the charges were confusing because it's like it's a conspiracy to commit a conspiracy. And like a lot of people in the courtroom laughed, even the government, he was talking to the government. Right. So if, they can't see clearly, what's going on. And the judge is saying, like, because he doesn't talk to the jury. He don't know what this thing. This is the judge saying, I'm looking at this and this is not, you need to streamline this. So this is what they are doing. I truly believe that even though, some things are beyond their control, there is two things that I want to say here. I do believe that Diddy's attorneys, them being $1 million attorneys, that they had a this is their strategy. This is a defense strategy. Remember, they gave them a list of names, so many names that the government was saying. They're saying that they're going to be putting on their case for 4 weeks. There's no way they're going to go through all of these witnesses in 4 weeks for them to, their case in chief, and for them to be cross-examined. So then the judge started telling the defense, listen, they're saying they're almost wrapping up. How long do you think your case in chief is going to take? And they didn't want to give them the information. And then, so when the government was saying that, we should be finished by tomorrow or whatever it was, today is Wednesday. When did they today? Today is Wednesday. So and yesterday they were finished. The judge asked them the night before, and we're not going to be putting on any witnesses. They just basically read some text messages into the docket. But while reading those text messages, make no mistakes about it, they actually, and I hope that the government caught this, because they actually, some of the things that they were trying to, so they were trying to get Capricorn Clark's testimony thrown out, Mia's testimony. Who else's testimony they were trying to get thrown out? But when they read those text messages into the record, Dawn Richard. So remember, they said Dawn Richard was, telling a lie about Diddy throwing the frying pan at Cassie, and they tried to muddy the waters and say, was it the frying pan or the eggs? So she said she never said eggs, she said the frying pan. And when they read those text messages, they were trying to omit that. The defense was, and they're like, no, you need to read all of it. Because remember, that's what the defense said to them. So actually, now, where you're saying that Dawn Richard wasn't truthful on the stand, and Westmoreland ate her up because it was a big thing over the frying pan and the eggs. No, so now the defense in their own case in chief clarified that she did say it was the frying pan, not eggs. She was cooking eggs. Okay, so another thing it was, who was the other thing that it wasn't Bonner. I think it was Capricorn Clark. It was Capricorn Clark. One of the text messages that they read and tried to omit, whatever it was, exonerated Capricorn Clark. Y'all tried to say something didn't happen. You read the text messages and boom, there it is. So they actually helped the government's case, as it relates to those issues. I want to say it was another thing, but this is what I wanted to say. I think that the defense, this was their strategy. Very good strategy. But I also think that they didn't expect the government to catch it. Right? These are very sophisticated lawyers on the other side. So that's why I think that why everybody was saying, like, their cross of these witnesses, like, they're just basically getting up there to ask questions, just to, especially Garagos, just to show that they're doing something. They're asking some questions, like, because they started belaboring, and it started to get, tiring over and over again. You're asking the same questions over and over again, muddy the waters with all of the actual activity and all of that. But you can trust and believe that these big platforms that are saying that they drop charges, allegedly they're in Diddy's pocket. I don't know. I'm not going to say that. I just think that people don't consult with attorneys first before they say things. It's clickbait. And they've been running a PR campaign to make it look like, this is what's happening in this case, instead of, like, looking at the law and looking at the facts. And if you're not an attorney, ask someone that does know. So I'm interested to hear what Nancy Grace actually has to say about this, because she was actually a prosecutor, but and she has brought some men on her show that have said that they did see some that they did make the case, because these men actually work with ex trafficking victims, and so they did make the case. But you had a lot of the male attorneys saying, "Oh no, this is just domestic violence. Oh, but what? This is just domestic violence. Like it's okay. Like when did we start agreeing that domestic violence is okay, and on the level that it was put forth on the stand, like, and from witnesses that witnessed it?" But this is what I'm going to say to y'all about Jane. Jane, come on down to the carpet, because now that this is all coming out, this is just Survivor Speaks. This is my my opinion. My opinion. I want to tell y'all, Jane is not as slow and naive as we think she is. She's not as slow and naive as we think that she is, right? People have to realize that this girl has been out there in these celebrity streets for a long time. Diddy is not her first. He's not. It's all about the dollar bill, y'all. So I think with a woman that is, because she's beautiful, I'm not going to take anything away from her. She is beautiful, right? But she's not stupid. And so now I'm starting to think that, hi, Miss Boo, how are you? Now I'm starting to think that Jane, the way Jane was testifying on the stand, she did that purposely. I'm starting to think that Jane got on that stand and testified the way she did purposely. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm playing her testimony back in my head. And did she say bad things about Diddy? She sure did. But she always ended it with because that's what I wanted. Because I want, even questions when they didn't ask her. She would answer the question, but then she would really back onto herself. Right? And I said it. And it is what it is, right? I did my own little research. Jane needs to go on ahead where it's legal to do what she's doing with these celebrities and go over there and be the LSW that she wants to be. Diddy he's not her first, he's not the second, and he is not the third. From what I saw, he may be the fourth from what I read. I'm sure it's plenty. Even a rich old man. I'm telling y'all, thinking back on Jane's testimony, because everybody is talking about Jane, right? Is she a victim? Is she not? I said over here, I'm conflicted, but I can see where she became a victim, because the first time that you say no, even if you said yes 1,000 times before, and then he's coercing you, or the fact that he lied to her and said that she said she didn't want to have a hotel night for her birthday, and he said, oh no, we're just gonna go out to eat and chill. They went out and ate, and when they got to the room that he had booked, there was 3 for her birthday. 3 male paid workers in the room. She maybe have been hurt by that, because that's what he took, and that's where the crime is, as they're putting it in this case. But I was thinking about it, and I said, you know what? I think that Jane was a witness for the defense. She didn't put it out that way. She didn't want to come to court. She didn't want to testify. She was still messing with Diddy when she got locked, when he was arrested. She was supposed to be on her way to him in New York, but he got arrested first. And so what if she stopped talking to? It's just odd. I get it. Like, They had the love contract or whatever you want to call it, which is illegal. And you're going to pay her $10K a month rent. She needed to downsize, stay in your tax bracket. But for her, it was the $10,000, and what else was it? It was something else that I was going to say. Y'all know I got chemo fog brain, and if I don't say it when it's on the top of my head, it go away. It'll come back. But Jane, okay. So what? Jane stopped seeing the attorney. She switched attorney that was his attorney, because her attorney, she had an attorney. He got her an attorney. She met with them and she stopped seeing them. If the government got you in a room and they saying, look, what you were doing is illegal. And not only can we charge him, we can charge you too. So we'll give you an immunity deal, right? People don't understand that everybody that got on that stand, that came in as a witness, that worked for Diddy, got an immunity freaking deal, because they all were committing crimes in furtherance of P. Diddy. That is the enterprise. So all of those people that got on the stand, they didn't want to be there. But we're going to take it to Jane, because some of them, they didn't want to be there, but they testified truthfully. But they learned a lot working with him. Yes, they did. They learned a lot, of course. So when they asked that question, you learned a lot, didn't you, when you were working with Diddy, right? Yes, and he was great. And some people said at first, Brendan Paul said it's complicated about how he feels about him today. But he learned a lot. Like, think about everybody's testimony. Now back to Jane. So Jane switched attorneys. She stopped speaking to the defense attorneys, allegedly. At this point, I don't know what Jane is up to. Listen, I don't know what Jane is up to at this point. But Jane, Diddy still paying her $10,000 rent. Her lease is no longer a lease. Her lease was up in April. So she's on a month-to-month lease situation right about now, right? He didn't really have to continue paying her rent. And then I'm just saying, like, Jane. She got on there like she was giving them something. I'm telling the best thing that Jane said on the stand that might be for them to use, and they need to hone in on that, is that she was with Diddy at his house when CNN dropped the tape, and his boys came and knocked on the door to tell him about the tape that was dropped on CNN. Jane was with him at the time, and she told them on the stand that they started to huddle to try to get in front of this thing, and they all collectively tried to figure out a apology for him to go on Instagram and say, right? Then Jane also said she wasn't in the huddle. But when they thought that the apology was right, he brought the apology to her to read and asked her, how did it sound? Y'all gotta realize Jane is a whole businesswoman out here in these streets. And I don't think that her businesses are doing bad. I don't think so. So she told him, according to her, oh, this is awesome. You really personalized it by saying Cassie. And so then when he went on Instagram and said the apology without Cassie's name, she's like, and they asked her, and she started to say, no, it didn't, they objected. But she was saying that no, she didn't think that he was being, sincere because he removed her name. You had Agnifilo jump up and say, objection, and say in open court, he removed her name because I told her to. What are we doing? What are we doing? It still corroborated the fact that they all stood around in the huddle, and now Agnifilo that you done jumped up and said, oh, well, of course he would want to consult with an attorney. But to me, you objecting and jumping up to say, I told him to remove it because Cassie could be a grand jury witness, and he didn't want that to mean that he was tampering with a grand jury witness. Just kind of like confirms that what Jane said is true. Everything else with Jane is a little iffy. And I know that the jury is supposed to only lean on the law and deliberations, right? They're only supposed to lean on the law and the instructions that are given by the judge, right? And all of the, the jurors, they can't get inside each other's mind. So yeah, they can toss Jane's testimony out altogether. But that one piece that she corroborated is very, very important. It's important because, remember, when Cassie filed the lawsuit, Diddy said she's lying. This is a money grab. This didn't happen. All this stuff, everything, all of the above, right? And he would have got that off. But CNN. So when the tape now drops, now he goes on Instagram. If I was his attorney, I probably would have told him, don't say anything. Because what you did was get on Instagram with your apology and tell everybody that, you know what, I'm the one that was lying. However it goes, I'm the one that was lying. I did do it. I felt bad then. And I feel bad now. And I went to rehab. Y'all remember? What rehab? You went to rehab? You was walking around Florida with your head down. Did you really go to... I saw help from God, Did you really? It's a lie. So the government needs to be honing in on that, because then everything else that he is going to say is a lie. Another reason why I think that this was just strategy for them, even if they didn't bring anyone that was working for him and put them on the stand, right? Y'all can sit around and make up stuff amongst each other, and just a normal lay person, you could get away with that. But you once you get on the stand, you're subject to cross. And do y'all think that the government was going to come to play? The government wasn't going to come to play. But I also believe that the government thought that he was going to have these witnesses off, because remember, they started with this long list of witnesses that they said. You don't even have a professional that was willing to come and get on the stand and say, these women weren't ex-trafficked. Remember, they said they had a professional coming to testify on his behalf. These women weren't ex-trafficked. They were willingly doing this. And nothing, right? They had the government thinking that, and it went from that to, it will only need 1 or 2 days. They only needed about 20 damn minutes to read some text messages so it kind of threw the government probably, off a little bit, because they were probably looking to get some people, whoever was going to sit on the stand and testify, and tear them to pieces, which would further help their case. I think that they proved their case, but there's a lot of false narratives that's being put out there. They didn't drop any. They didn't drop any. They didn't drop any charges. So Missy Boo, allegedly, and this is just stuff that people are speculating about. I don't know if anybody spoke to Gina because I can't see, but it was pretty interesting that his attorneys matter-of-factly said in open court. And I think that Agnafilo he's a little like hyper. And he's somebody that sometimes talks before he thinks. Because as soon as they mentioned Gina's name, he stood up. Gina's not coming to court. How do you know? How do you know that she's not coming to court? So they're alleging, I have to say alleging, it's a speculation that she was paid. But was she really? In the Tasha K interview, she said that he tried to pay her $50K to terminate her pregnancy. She said she didn't take it. I just wanted to prove to him that I loved him. So maybe with her defiance and not showing up to court, she's going to be thinking that she's going to be on. I'm the one that stood 10 toes down. I didn't care what they said. I didn't come to court. I didn't go in the court of law and testify about what he did to me. I'm going to be number one. I'm going to be on his arm like Young Miami. That's her thought process, right? I'm just saying. Yes, he did. And he was it's not just like he just said it. He was like arguably like, Gina's not coming. I'm like, oh, what? When I was reading the transcript where we stopped at, yeah, she's not coming. Like, you just jumped up and right in the middle. Like, Mark, are you trying to tell us something? So I totally believe that she probably does have an attorney. An attorney probably told her. I didn't hear anywhere where they said ever. I didn't hear anywhere. If y'all heard it, drop it in the chat. I didn't hear anywhere where it said that Gina attended any King nights, hotel nights, debauchery night. I didn't hear anywhere where she did. I didn't hear the government say that she did. I didn't hear that. So with Gina, if she did not, and there's no proof that she was part of, any FOs, and they just because Jane said get Gina to do it. I know what that was. Cassie said that was Cassie said get Gina to do it. Or was it Jane? Hold on, y'all. Now my brain. Was it Jane or Cassie? I think it was Jane. And Jane's issue is she wanted to be in the spot that Miami was. And some women, as beautiful as she is, do I think she has a low self-esteem issue with her? I do. But could it be low self-esteem, or she saw these other women as competition? Here I am laying on my knees with somebody slobbing on somebody's knob. I got sores in my mouth. They said this was she said. Infections. All of this stuff. You got me. I am a prostitute. And you flaunting her all around. You flaunting her around and allegedly Miami didn't have to do any hotel nights. And from what we know, Gina never admitted to doing any either. So if they didn't have any evidence that Gina attended any, participated in any hotel nights, whatever, y'all know the other names for them, FOs, debauchery nights or whatever, then what crime would Gina be committing? I've never heard her say that he gave her rugs. I didn't hear that. So could they really force her to come in here like the other people that actually committed crimes? I don't think so, because if they were able to do that, I believe that she would have been on the stand. I'm just looking at things, in hindsight. Gina put up a cryptic Instagram post during the trial, like while the trial was going on. So she's not hiding anywhere. So if she put a post up on Instagram, she had to use some type of electronic device. So if she's using an electronic device to post on Instagram, the government can find her. VPN, no VPN, all that. The government can find her. Trust me. So Elon Musk has women just like these seem to be popular with million and yes, they do. But I think the difference is that we hear these people say they have a lot of women, right? But when you start to, these women are out here just doing it because of the cash. But then they have proof with these women that have been with Diddy that at some point in time they said, I don't want to do this anymore. And so when he starts to coerce them, that's where the crime comes in. And then all of the other things that would have been alleged like all of this time, and you can trust that he was protected very well. And it was not until he started coming out against Diageo, hope I said their name right, and then Cassie filed this lawsuit. This what got me about these text messages they put out on the weekend about Cassie, right? It was a message, a text thread between her and Diddy, and I guess she was with Alex. And people put out, they cut and pasted portions of whatever. Cassie signed to a 10-album record deal with Diddy. She put out one album. The mixtape that she put out did not get any revenue, according to what Diddy told her. Do I believe that? No. Because allegedly her mixtape either went number one or was somewhere in the vicinity of going number one. Just because it's a mixtape, you still make money from it. But Bad Boy, the record label, was under the bigger record label. So if he signed Cassie, if you see the video, when he first signed her, she was Ryan's girlfriend. He's the one that connected him. Him and Diddy were supposed to work together and manage her, music career. But Diddy, of course, in Diddy fashion, he saw something else. But if you look at the video, you see all those high power executives in that meeting with this 19-year-old, very impressionable, naive, because I don't think that, women that are 19 are mature yet. You see her sitting with all these high power execs. 19, oh, my dream is coming true. Like everybody else, I'm going to be signed to Bad Boy. And so Diddy's not just funding this project by himself. Y'all don't think that, right? That can't be true. He got money from the people that his label is under. So he got what was the monetary value of the 10 album record deal? How much money did they give you up front for 10 projects? Y'all see where I'm going with this? So all of the money that he was spending on her was probably money he got for her signing a 10-year album deal. He was ultimately the only person that could release her music. So when he's arguing with Cassie, I want my $50,000 back that I paid Alex. I paid him to train you, not to mess with you. And she keeps telling him we never messed around then. And when you look at the text messages, you can hear the hurt. He kept saying that he was played. A lot of players don't like to be played. He was hurt more about that than anything. He saw his FOs going up in smoke as it relates to Cassie. He's losing control. She's slipping away. He's a narcissist. He is hurt. His ego is bruised. His ego took a huge beating because Cassie left him and left him for Alex Fine. He even said some racist things about Alex. You left me for this white. Do you think that, because everybody's looking at this case and there's little breadcrumbs that are coming out and people think that they are, Cassie, and look at that. But you got some people that's looking at this like, what? He said what? And they are Caucasian. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just giving y'all my opinion about what his ego was bruised and he wanted her to pay $50,000 because that's what he paid to Alex. He was threatening them in those text messages without saying it. He got to see me. I want to meet both of y'all. Y'all all know and heard what goes down when Diddy want to meet you. He wasn't just meeting them to talk. It could be looked at that way. But it was Jesus' cousin that I couldn't believe. Like I said it the other day. It was Jesus' cousin. As a content creator, I could not believe that I saw the comment that I saw. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Only because people have sisters, mothers, grandmothers, aunts, cousins that are female. Mizzy Boo said right. Yeah. And so this person just always acts like he's just a respectful person, and God, and praise the Lord, and my wife, and this, that, and the third. And to read a comment under there for me, I was very, very bothered by it. Because now I'm looking at him like, what? That's how you really feel? Okay. Is you and your wife having freak offs? Okay, so what are you talking about? I was so bothered by that because I kind of looked up to this, not looked up to, I don't even really go over there anymore, but I kind of thought he was like a stand-up kind of guy, and then just to see something so disturbing like that. I just think that people don't put their own family in those situations when they're speaking on them. and how you don't think that a young, impressionable woman can be groomed for certain things. And sometimes when you're young, people go to the ends of the earth for love. Add a powerful, at the time, millionaire. He wasn't a billionaire when she first got with him. Add a powerful millionaire on top of that, with a bunch of other forces and a bunch of other people working around him, a bunch of people doing his bidding. Look at all of the times that she tried to run, and security brought her back. Did anybody think that when she said the day of the night of the hotel incident at the Intercontinental, she went home, he came to her home. So then D-Rock calls her, and then she goes to D-Rock's house because she felt safe there. Y'all think that was a coinky dink? And then Diddy so happened to just show up that night because he had been texting her because she was premiering. This was one of her big days. She was going to be in a movie, so they were supposed to be a premiere night. She was going to be like the highlight and so then she ends up at Diddy's house in his room taking a picture, one that's now in evidence. Y'all don't think that that's a coincidence that she went to D-Rock's house? He called her. Y'all saw how it go in the text messages. I just need the prosecution to say all that. When you are, in your closing statements. So this is how it goes, right? You get 4 hours. They're supposed to be getting 4 hours each. I say the prosecution is going to go for 2 hours. The defense has to go for 4 hours. They have to do it all in one shot because it ends with the government will have the last say because they are the ones that are bringing the charges. So I see it going maybe 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and then they let the defense go with their closing statements, and then they're going to come back and, clean up whatever was muddied while they were going through whatever. But they are really, really going to have to do a good job about this. They are really, really going to have to be, very thorough in there. I thought their opening statement was awesome. I really, really did. But you can see that Diddy's team is their defense was they were trying to get this case thrown out on a technicality. That was that's what they were doing. What up, Allie? What up? What's going on? She said out her own mouth she was hurt because she thought D-Rock and his wife were her friends. So in the moment, probably she did, so she said she felt safe there. And that's why she went there. But that's only to get you closer to Diddy because he couldn't get in her apartment that night. Remember, her friend was there. He was banging on the door. She wouldn't open the door. And, she told him, I'm going to bed. I think that you should too. But he continued to call and text and call and text. So just a lot to think about. A lot to, ponder on. Like, I'm not going to, start any theories and say that, he's turning states and stuff and all like that. And he's CI. Do I think that he was already one? He just pissed the wrong people off. There you go. Could he be giving him somebody else? He can't give him Clive. I keep telling y'all Clive got 1.5 feet in the ground, and the other one, he got a half a leg just barely hanging on. What they gonna do with him? What? But I do find it odd that when this whole thing started, that all of those executives just basically stepped down. Could we be any more clear? Yes, it is crazy. So yeah, I'm just talking, I'm not an attorney, but true crime is where is my thing. Like I said, I worked 7.5 years in law enforcement, and there were, we had county inmates and federal inmates, and your officer, sometimes inmates come to you and talk to you because they just think, listen, and you can sit there and listen because you're being nosy. Oh, well, what happened? Oh no. What do you think? Do you think I should, Mom? Don't you have an attorney? I can't give you no legal advice. You was just telling your story. I just was like, did you want me to be a sympathetic ear? That's what I was doing. But I can't give you no legal advice. It was interesting to me. Girl, what? Boy, bye. What? And then you would get their paperwork. I used to be all wrapped up like what they did. I need to know who y'all got me, in here with. Sometimes it's just me and 48 inmates, and sometimes it's two of us and 96 inmates. Who am I dealing with? I know if I'm over here on the pod with the women, and it's only 48 of them over here. The ones that's in blue, they ain't here for red rum. Listen, I need to know what type of red rum did you do? Oh yeah, I'm going to go read the case. I am. What? I used to book them in from the street. So they have to tell you, what their charges are, what they're here for. That all goes into where they're going to be housed, whether or not they can be housed with someone, whether or not they'll tell you whether or not the person is just dangerous. You really this person needs to be housed, because they did this while they were at the police station. This is what they're being brought in for. Like, it all matters to a person that's booking somebody in. Listen, do I need to make sure that my laces is tied up extra tight? Or what? Because baby, this can go either way. You're being cooperative. All right. Long as you're doing that, we can see eye to eye. But baby, that's all I ask for. I'm going to respect you no matter what you're in here for. But I see you. Yeah. Had to really be on your toes. Booking women in straight from the street. Your booking officer is just you. It's just you and the person in the shower area. They showering. Sometimes they don't want to. I don't want to do that. I don't want to grow shy about the things that I used to have to see. But yeah, I don't want to do that. Listen, this is the process. Okay. This is what you got to do. I don't care what you don't want to do, but this is just you cooperate with me. Everything is going to be all right. I don't want to have to hit the button. For the most part, most of the women, I'm going to say, that were in there for red rum, very respectful. Very respectful, because they know that they have a lot of time, or they're looking at a lot of time at the state level. But then, yeah, I transferred on my 7-year to the women's state prison. Yeah. For the most part, they were very cooperative, but you have some people that's going to try you no matter what. And especially that I was like, because now you're on the state level, so now you have all of the counties from New Jersey, all the women in max that they're locked up, and these are their charges. So sometimes they try you. Yeah. So when I first started, the girls that came from the county where I came from, they'd be like, she's not from the street. She's not a rookie, y'all. I don't think y'all understand. But I had this one inmate that was heckling me. Let me tell you this, and then I'm going to get back into this Diddy mess. But I had one inmate that was heckling the heck out of me. She was in lockup. So they was showing me how they work on lockup. And then, They don't come out. They come out the shower. That's it. They don't get phone calls if they're in lockup. If they have an attorney come visit, yeah, they will. So she was just heckling me like, yo, what's your name? I F you up when I get out of here. And I just was laughing like, let me look at her ID. Who the fuck is she? Who is she? Okay. I'm going to get you when I get out of here. I said, I ain't even going. I said, that's a charge, but I ain't going to write it. Let's go. Here we go with the games. So she wasn't out with the other people because she in lockup. So they didn't tell her like, listen, she really not a rookie. she not new to this. She true to this. Like, so in state prison for child, they go to the mess hall. She had got out of lockup. So I'm on mess hall duty this day, and I'm standing at the post here. Some other officers like standing around, and we like watched them walk through, and it's a whole process they got to go through. It's a whole thing, right? And I see her coming. When she came, I stepped in front of her, and I whispered in her ear. I said, "You was gonna do what to me? I'm not from up here in these fucking mountains." She was like, "No, I was just playing with you. I was just plastic." So we got to understand it, right? The other officers were like, "What you say to her?" I said, "Nothing. I just said, because it is what it is. I don't fear nobody but the Lord." And I let her get that. Like, she threatened me. I could have really worked hard. She's already in lockup. She could have got a whole nother 30, 60, 90 days for that. Not right. I told her, and the officers was laughing. I'm not writing nothing. They did that to me in county jail as a rookie. This girl. And now it's so bad because you in khakis. You're not even in a real uniform yet. And I'm young as hell. I was young. So yeah, the girl, she was like, "You know what I'm in here for?" And she a trustee out in the hall mopping. "You know what I'm in here for? I'm in here for murder. Red row." I said, "What? You wouldn't even be out here mopping the hallway. Not with all that. Try again. I ain't scared." Her last name was Bimbo. I say her first name. That's what they call the Bimbo, because that's her last name, right? But Bimbo was a menace, though. But we was all right, though. Because listen, what? Girl, if you don't get out of here with that. But yeah, I work with both. I work with men and women. So the men that worked up there in where I left within 6 months, I used to tell them like, some of these men, I used to have to tell them like, "Y'all pussy. Y'all would never go work with a man. Ever. You've been working here for your whole career with these women?" Oh, I get it. When you work with men inmates, then you could come see me or say something to me. Other than that, don't talk to me. I got more seniority than you. You mad? Don't take it up with me. Take it up with the state of corrections and take it up with the county corrections where I transfer here. You got an issue, but you really should just be taking it up with the state. You don't even got to go to the county because they didn't really got nothing to do with this. Take it up with state corrections. You mad? Oh, I took the post you wanted. I'm sorry about that. You mad? You've been here a long time. You may be able to transfer to a male prison, and you may be able to get the post and the days off and stuff that you want. Don't play with me. My mouth is ruthless. I'm very nice, but don't get my mouth started because I don't have a filter when it does. And that's just who I had, that's who I had to, be like, because the officers is worse than the inmates. So anyway, so let's look at this right here, y'all. Let me get back to this so I can tell you how they didn't drop any charges, right? So while the government has taken seriously the court's desire for brevity, the government still strongly believes that certain limited additional instructions on X trafficking and forced labor instructions, which are regularly given in X trafficking and forced labor trials in this circuit, are necessary for the jury to adequately understand the law on these charges. Each of these instructions reflect established case law and are directly relevant to key issues in the case. Moreover, without such instructions, the government has serious concerns that the jury may misunderstand the applicable law for both charges, which are extremely complex legal concepts about which jurors may have preconceived, mistaken notions. So the defense repeatedly cites United States versus Doe. It's a case from 1990 for the proposition that the government's additional instructions on X trafficking are unbalanced and should be rejected. But Dove, oh, it's Dove. I said Dove. But Dove says nothing about instructions on well-established propositions of law, um, which is the only type of instructions that the government is asking to add here. Instead, the instructions in Dove are of an entirely different nature. One of the instructions in Dove involved a hypothetical given to the jury about a criminal defendant, which assumed the defendant's guilt. The government, oh, okay. So they cited a case, and the government is saying why that case doesn't work for this case here. Exactly, for always. As long as you treat them respectfully, they will treat you the same way. I always used to tell people, new people that come on, you have to be fair, firm, and consistent. That just means that you treat everybody in here the same. If you want to lose your job over a salami and provolone cheese stub, you go ahead right on and do that. Just don't do it while I'm here, because I'm not going to lose my pension for anybody that's in here being stupid. Why I use that example, I worked with this guy. He started right after I did. So he was not right after. So it was a couple of years after. And he lost his job for a salami and provolone, half a salami and provolone sub. And I forget which magazine it was. You can't give an inmate a straw off the street, because now they own you. Yeah, you can. They're going to, each and every time. You remember you gave me that straw that you bought me? I told you I needed a straw, and you went home and brought it in here. What was that about? And I'm just, being sarcastic when I say a straw, but you can't give them a piece of candy that you brought from home. They get all that on commissary. As soon as you give them a piece of candy or two, they really do own you. And that's serious. I'm not going to take that back. That's serious. Oh, well, you brought me that candy from home. They'll make it seem like that's my favorite candy, and you actually went out and got it and you brought it. That's contraband. That's what it is, contraband. Anything you give them is contraband if it's not something that they can get from the jail. Anything you bring from outside is contraband. So this guy actually lost his job, his pension, everything. He brought an inmate a salami and provolone cheese sandwich, and he acted like he was bringing a magazine for himself, but they found the magazine in the inmate cell. So yeah, he just pension, everything up in smoke. And then what was so ironic, and I felt so bad for him, his mom passed at 9/11. His mom worked over there in one of the towers, and she passed. He got paid for it, but still, I'm like, man, what somebody got, what's going on? I said, dang, he just lost, he lost his job. Now he done lost his mama. It's sad, but he got millions for that. So I wouldn't trade that for my mother, but yeah. So let's go. The government has listed the precedent for each of these instructions in its comments to the forced labor and X trafficking section of the request to charge. To avoid repeating that law and precedent here, the government limits the below largely to providing the government's reasons why, based on the particular facts and issues in this trial, these additional instructions are necessary. Due to the particular facts of this case, the government believes that it is imperative that the court inform the jury that prior consensual X activity is not determinative of whether a victim was X trafficked. As this court is well aware, the facts of this case involve instances of trafficking of Jane and Miss Ventura that follow instances of consensual sexual activity, a topic that is likely to be discussed extensively by both parties during closing arguments. And it is Second Circuit law that earlier periods of consensual activity do not preclude a finding of trafficking as to later activity involving a victim. So they cite a case here, United States versus Rainier, recognizing that X trafficking encompasses acts that compel a person to perform or to continue performing commercial sexual activity. emphasis added. United States versus Marcus. The fact that Jody's enslavement arose from her initial participation in consensual BDSM activities does not require a contrary conclusion. So AOBD was here the other day talking about this. I'm wondering if he saw this. So what they're saying is, because if it was, you decided to, you're into BDSM and you consented to it. And then you don't want to do it, and somebody named Jody was enslaved because of, after they consented to BDSM, it's a crime once she no longer wanted it. So the same is true for forced labor. The government's forced labor theory focuses on 4 victims, Cassie and Jane, with regard to their participation in FOs or hotel nights, and Mia and Capricorn Clark with regard to their employment for the defendant. Similarly, that word, listen, child, I ain't going to try to do it again. My tongue is tied. To X trafficking, Cassie and Jane's prior consensual actual activities do not preclude a finding that later non-consensual actual acts are forced labor. United States versus Zong. A victim's initial willingness to perform certain labor does not preclude the possibility that the victim's continued labor may become forced. And an instruction in which the court indicated that the jury need not attach any real significance to witnesses' inability to identify the defendant in court. In addition, the government strongly objects to the defendant's apparent claim that this court should not instruct the jury on well-established legal principles as to thorny questions of law because they are unbalanced and may help the jury reach a conviction. The government, just as the defendant, is entitled to legally accurate instructions about what its burden is and is not. And there is no real dispute over the fact that these proposed additional instructions are routinely given in this district, are legally accurate, and would help inform the jury as to the law on key issues in the case. While the defense may want the jury to be confused on certain of these issues with the hope that the confusion will result in mistaken assumptions in their favor, there is no authority for omitting jury instructions on that basis. Does the fact that Mia and Capricorn willingly took jobs with the defendant preclude a finding that both at some point were forced to work? I think Capricorn Clark has a very good case as it relates to this, regardless to whether or not, and I believe that's why Diddy's, remember they said that the HR person, and I think that was just a PR stunt. Remember they said that he had the same woman working in his HR department for over 20 years. She tweeted something about 20 years of service, thank you for 20 years of service or whatever, to Bad Boy, whatever. She was supposed to be coming in here and testifying. But remember when Capricorn Clark went to her and they added up all of the hours that she was not paid by Diddy and brought it to him, he balled up the whatever he owed her and threw it out. I suppose no lights and power. Oh wow. Okay, Allie, we got you. The Punisher was glad to testify. You know what though? He is all over YouTube, but now, like, he is miserable. He is upset. I don't know if you saw the interview that he did with the lady. You know what? And I said I need to find out her name because I actually like her. I like her reporting style. I like her. So I know that she's on what is that news station? I think it's on Nation Now, but she has her own show. And I forgot what her name is. He did an interview with her. He had no idea that he was recorded. And a reporter called him to say, do you know that, how do you feel about the X tape of you being shown in court? Now, nobody saw those videos. I guess that they're just assuming. Nobody saw those videos. They didn't say, I didn't see where they said that was Sheree on there, aka the Punisher, aka in search of freezer meat. I didn't see that. So he came on and he did an interview with her. He said he's very bothered by that. he just was looking to come out here and, so people can get to know who he is. And he wanted to go and put it all behind him. But he's also, I know there's one channel that interviewed him because he helps men that suffer from, dysfunctions, and he thought that his book would be really helpful for the group that he runs. So he did ask, part of the interview was about this case, but he really honed in on that part of it. And he told him that he wanted to, they could possibly work together. And he could basically tell some of the men how they can, get over that hurdle. So yeah, he out here, he doing a whole YouTube tour. But it went to another level. So when I tell you, it's a bunch of theatrics, a bunch of PR stunts, even outside that courtroom. It is disgusting. Bunch of theatrics, used to dealing with PR. We did have one person show up for Diddy the other day. Loon. I said, somebody is coming through. He tried to get him out so he could, get back on the ones and twos. Yeah, he said he just had got out of prison. And he just wanted to come in and show his support. No. Oh, yeah. You're right. The interview with Michael Franzese is the one that where he said, he told about this story. Because, Michael Franzese, he is, used to be a part of the mob, And so he really doesn't like their profession. But he said he found him to be honest in the interview. But then he works with a group men share with him that they do have that issue. And he thinks that it would, be a great, thing for him to, talk to, say, what his experience is. He will be promoting the book and everything now. And he showed him a lot. He showed him a lot of respect and was very just saying that he thinks that he was very credible. So it's Michael Franzese, but the other lady, I'm gonna have to go and look at her because this is in my history. I'm gonna have to get her name. I know she's a correspondent on Nation News here on YouTube, but then she has her own channel. So I like to go to her own when she's on her own channel. I like her. I like her reporting style. I just can't listen. Your girl, like I got chemo fog brain. Listen, is sometimes only some things stick. Listen, it is what it is. So the government respectfully requests that the court instruct the jury that X trafficking and or labor and payment to the victim for that conduct are not mutually exclusive. For X trafficking, this instruction is crucial because of the fact pattern underlying Jane's trafficking by the defendant. As Jane testified, I'm so bothered. Every time I got to read something about Jane, I'm so bothered. I told y'all I'm conflicted. You got to find something else. That's her, Mizzy Boo. Thank you. Ben Filber. What is her first name? That is her. That's what I'm talking about. I want to know what her first name is because so she has a whole name in her show. I like her. I like her reporting style. Like, she's not like hilariously funny, but like sometimes the way she says things, she be like, I like her. So I do watch her videos, catch up on her videos sometimes. But the Ben Phil, you are absolutely correct. Jane, I'm conflicted. And I'm not saying that, at some point, legally, she's a victim, right? But listen, you gotta stop. You gotta at some point stop the gold digging. And something just came back to me. So that's what happens when you have chemo fog brain. You may have something on your brain. You don't say it goes away. It comes back. Going back to Jane as it relates to Jane. Jane is a beautiful woman. And I think the fact that she was only ALSW. Yeah, I hope all y'all know what that is. Because she was, you never heard of her. I like her channel. I have to get the first name, but when she put Banfield here, yeah, I know exactly who she's talking about. I know that is her name. It came back to me. So Jane is a beautiful woman, but Diddy just kept her like an LSW, basically. All of the trips that she, any trips that she went on was for the pleasure of Diddy, because there was never a time when they went anywhere, except with the exception of the first time that they went to Turks and Caicos, and that was at the beginning of the relationship, that he didn't have her doing hotel nights with him. And so here you got Young Miami out here. Then every now and again, Gina will pop up, but not like Young Miami. As Young Miami really, really, really bothered her. And that's another thing, right? So she's a beautiful woman. That is, it's probably like probably made her feel worthless, regardless of whether she get 10K a month for her rent, regardless of whether or not for you to get mad and say, you bought me this designer, but you bought her Chanel. This is what I'm saying. Her testimony was all over the place. All over the place. But it was always, she would say something and then she would find a way to put it back on herself. Or clarify it with, she would be using qualified. Jane, what are we doing here? I'm telling y'all, that girl she's not dumb. She's not dumb. Jane wanted Diddy to wife her, but why would she ever think that? And he don't get along with your son's father. Did you think, you know what, now that you said that, for always, you just hit on something. Maybe she thought because he didn't like her son's father that he would wife her. But no. I already said that I believe that every time he did something to Jane or had Jane doing these explicit things, sexual things, that he was thinking of her child's father. That's just what it is. Like, yeah. So here we go with this Jane character. Okay, so as Jane testified around April 2023, the defendant and Jane entered into a multi-year love contract under which the defendant agreed to pay Jane's rent in the amount of $10,000 each month. While that contract was in effect, and in part as a result of terms of that contract, the government alleges that Jane was trafficked because jurors may be under the mistaken impression that someone cannot be coerced if they receive compensation in return. The government requests that the jury be instructed as to the law that payment alone does not preclude a finding of guilt as to ex trafficking. See United States versus Rivera. So you see, they are still charging him with the ex trafficking. I think it was the attempted ex trafficking that they removed. They did not drop any charges. Actually doing the thing and attempting to do the thing is two different things. But they were thinking that it would confuse them because it's in the same sentence. Did he attempt to do it or did he do it? Did it and do it? Yeah, I know that was sorry. Did he do it or no? What do you mean he attempted to do it? Did he do it? So we're going to just get rid of the attempted to. And so charges dropped. That's not true. He's still being charged with this. So I'm not understanding like how you can read. And I'm sure the government is going to tell them in their closing arguments that they did not remove any charges because they had to clarify. They thought about it. He didn't attempt to do it. He did do it. We showed you evidence that he did do these things. So yeah, that's why I'm just saying, like, sometimes, being a content creator, people use titles and stuff for clickbait. And it is what it is. And I'll just leave it at that. And everybody does, but then everybody does, but it's the way to do it without, and I don't think that, one of these people are deceiving the people, but then now, just let the case now. We could all say what we speculate and what we think, but I'm just talking about the facts of the case right now from what we are reading from. They didn't drop anything. They just dropped the attempting of the attempted arson. He's still being charged with arson. He's just not being charged with the attempting part of it. They dropped that. And the other one that I forget right now, it's still part of the charge. They just said he didn't attempt to do it. He did it, and we showed you proof that he did it. And if they believe Capricorn Clark's testimony, which in closing, what they were trying to say about Capricorn Clark in their case in chief, they proved themselves to either just be falsifying something, but it clear, like everything that she was saying was true, and that was their own doing, because you just did it to the state. Oh no, we want them to read all of those lines. So the state gave it right back to them. The government gave it right back to them. Feds. No, we want you to read everything. And so it kind of helped them, because I know for Dawn Richard, that was brought out. It was she never said that he threw eggs at Cassie. She was cooking eggs. He threw the frying pan. So Nicole Westmoreland, she, everybody was saying, she ate her up. She lied because this, that, and the third. No, now that y'all went and did what y'all did, it's out here. The girl was telling the truth. Go sat down. So anyway, it's still up to the jury. It's up to those 12 people whether or not they understand the law. But people have to understand that the United States government has to make sure that what they are alleging and what they believe that they prove is put in instructions that are clear and concise, so that the jurors that the jury understands what they're charging him with and how the evidence relates to those charges. So if that was going to confuse the jury attempting to kidnap versus, no, he did it. They took that girl, and that's what it is. I just don't understand. So because the forced labor victims also received money or gifts from the defendant, it is important to instruct the jury that payment does not preclude a finding of forced labor in order to prevent confusion. As noted above, the defendant James $10,000 per month rent and similar salaries. Listen, I get tongue-tied with that one all the time. Listen, similarly, salaries by the defendant's company, the jury may not intuitively understand that this payment does not preclude a guilty finding on forced labor. So this is where it's requested instruction 3, cumulative conduct. The government's proposed additional charge language instructing the defendant that they may consider a defendant's cumulative conduct is particularly necessary in this case for the jury to understand what it can consider in assessing whether Miss Ventura was coerced. She definitely was coerced. She brought it up because I felt biased here, and people paying things for clearing her name for me anyways. Who? Ashley Banfield, news name. Yeah, that's it. Ashley Banfield. Thank you, Missy Boo. Thank you. So yeah, Ashley Banfield, I like her channel. I'm subscribed to her and I do watch her videos. What she brought up because yeah, can you please clear up how some of these people charged what was victim of this wannabe guy? So you know what? How they're charged is simple. So like you see, Brendan Paul was actually caught with drugs, right? And so he had to come and testify. He got a diversion program under the state. The state and the feds are two different entities, right? So even when they say that they remove the charges that are like were state charges and stuff like that, they just it's confusing. Did he commit this crime or did he attempt to commit the crime? It's not, they didn't drop anything. They're just streamlining exactly what that means. Streamlining so that it's clear to the jury. No, he did. We believe we proved these things. So let's take Cassie, for instance. Kathy has an immunity deal. Do anybody think she don't? Are you crazy? Cassie carried the rugs, admitted today. She admitted to see Diddy is the smartest, dumbest criminal I ever encountered. One of them. Because it doesn't even make a difference, right? Initially, when they first started with these FOs, you were the one that were paying these people. You were the one that were setting up these people. You were setting this up. So he turned it over. Now I'm going to turn it over to Cassie, but she testified. He was sitting with her the majority of the time that she was booking these actual encounters, prostitution. He was sitting there. Everything went back to him. You see when she says, "Oh, well, Paul is available." Well, he said either Paul or this person is available. And then he was like, Italian ain't available. Italian ain't available. I want Italian. He's calling the shots. So what he did was, now who paid you? Cassie did. This is what the defense wants to say. Oh, they set it up. They set it up. Because Buffy told him to set it up. He had tried to have... Why people don't think that he don't like 50 Cent? Why do the folks think he don't like 50? He don't like 50 because they in his business starting out way back then. 50 Cent is a real dude. Can we hang out? I'm gonna take you shopping. Ninja, what? I know, bitch. And so, 50 Cent been a troll. He's just a big troll on a whole nother level. So he couldn't get him. And I also heard that he tried to set the Jigga Man up. I wouldn't come see him either. But they said he kept trying to get him in a compromising position so he can have something held over his head, but he ain't fall for it. So that's what I heard. But I know, 50 Cent for sure, because 50 Cent said that himself. So the fact that they were calling drug dealers, purchasing the drugs for the FOs or just for their consumption only. Cassie and them, they were receiving money. He started making her pay the the male paid workers, all of those are crimes. Those are crimes. And they're crimes that he's being charged of. So in order for their case to stand, they have to give them immunity. If you look at the different, I don't know who you watch, and I don't know who to exactly point out, and I wouldn't point them out, or you just listen to some of the people that are outside the courtroom when they say, well, if he's going, Cassie should be going right along with them. That's why they're saying that. Jane is the same thing. She set up things with these men. She want to minimize the D-rug part. Diddy always gave it to me. And then we see some text message where she's all up in the mix. Yeah. So that's how they are. That's why they need immunity, because they committed crimes too. And so the government is saying that if you get on the stand, they pled the fifth. And then the government granted them immunity deals that if you get on the stand and testify truthfully as to what happened, then we'll give you immunity. Anything you say in here cannot be held against you. Now, my question is, can it be held against them on a state level? Everybody that testified had immunity. I just don't think that they did. Everybody that testified had immunity. And you see, they all said they didn't want to be there testifying. But if not, you're going to be a unindicted co-conspirator. Which, once they're done with this case, depending on, I don't even want to say just dependent, because like I told y'all, this is Diddy and this is KK. She not down here. This is her. So you see, there's no Christina Corum in the courtroom because she is the second co-conspirator. And they're going to charge her afterwards, just like Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein. She was never going to be on trial with Epstein. Her trial was always going to be separate. Because she actually groomed them women and went out to find them young women and taught the other women how to groom women. She also participated in the SA. I hope nobody didn't miss that one. Yeah, she did. She participated. I was so mad when I watched those girls. And they were young girls. Children. So the government's proposed, so that's how they are charged, but like I said, can they be charged at the state level? Sometimes the government and the state may talk like, listen, I need them for this case. Please don't, can we that's it. But if the state really wanted to bring charges, let's take, for instance, I'm going to give you a case. The case of the, was it 4 or 5 of them? 5 black officers that unalived that young man, and one of the officers turned state. He signed a deal to get 15 years. They were found not guilty. So they were already tried in the federal court, and then now they were at the state level. He took a plea deal. Well, wait, let me correct that. He didn't take a 15-year plea deal. He could get up to 15 years and or supervised release. But they were found not guilty. So are they going to and so actually he already had testified against them in the federal court. The federal court actually said that they were going to wait until they finished with the state's case after he testifies in the state case, and they were going to sentence him all at one time. The feds and the state just got together and said, listen, he is going to be our star witness. And, we're going to do this at the same time. We want to see if he's going to testify truthfully in the state court as he did in the federal court, and then we'll choose him. We'll sentence him once the state trial is done. So, and I want to say that his case, that they were going to sentence him and it was going to be concurrent. So concurrent means that everything is just running together. So they gave him supervised, release. Over there, the state could say, well, we're going to sentence him to 3 years in prison. The state could say that. At the federal level, they could say, we want to give him, or the federal level could say, well, we're going to give him 3 years. So you can get anywhere up to 15 years. And the state can say, we want to give him supervised release. All right, and his sentences will be running concurrent. He's gonna go do that. He's gonna go do that. The Fed time first. I switched it around for a reason because you do your Fed time first. But if they did switch it around, you just have to do it 6 years in the state. Still have to be supervised once he's home. But I'm pretty sure they got together and figured out something. I gotta look that up too and see what was he sentenced and what was his sentence. So. Yeah, so the that's how they are. They committed crimes all day long. Every day they was with this fool, this nut job. They committed crimes, and so that's why they had to give them immunity. Well, they didn't have to give them anything, but if they wanted them to come to court and help them get him, then yeah, they had to. They pled the fifth. If you notice, each time that somebody came in and they said they pled the fifth and this, that, and the third, they always came with an attorney with them. So the Punisher is reaching back out to the attorney that they gave him to ask them, was a tape played of him in the courtroom? And if a tape was played in the courtroom, what could he do? Now he said, Mizzy Boo, I know he said that she asked him, do you think, are you thinking about suing them? And he said, no, that's not something that he thought of. He doesn't know what he could do at this time. Listen, let me tell you something. If you went over there and Diddy recorded you in an actual encounter and they showed it in the courtroom, what y'all think? But I don't know if that's going to fare well with him because of his profession. But that shouldn't, I think that according to him, he normally doesn't go all the way. This is the first time that he did. Was with Cassie. I said, child, let me tell you something. Shout out to Allie. Thank you for the super chat. You, baby A. Oh my goodness. Thank you, baby A. Says Survivors, please keep rocking out on your channel because we gotta rock out with you always. Oh, baby A. I gotta see if I can. I didn't forget about the teddy bear. Things been hectic. I gotta get that to her. So I think that I should ship to Canada. I have to see. I think that it's So what it is I have merch. You guys, I've had merch. I haven't put up anything new. I think the last time I put something new on there was 2 months ago. We have Mini Viber. You see Mini Viber up here on the screen. She's bad. Yeah, so we have her merch on their Gangsta Vibers. We have merch for her. I think we got Hood Viber on here too, y'all. I'm just crazy making up a bunch of characters in my head. And then, yeah. So, thank you so much, Baby A. Kiss Baby A and hug Baby A for me. And thank you, Allie, for all you do. Thank you. So let's just look at this. Because it says the government's proposed additional charge language instructing. Oh, okay. So we already read that. Okay. All right. So, throughout trial, the government has introduced evidence not only of threats and harms directed at Miss Ventura over a multi-year period by the defendant, but also the defendant's threats and abuse of others of which Miss Ventura was aware. Under the law, the jury may consider all of this conduct in assessing whether a victim was coerced. They cited case United States versus Purcell, viewing defendant's cumulative conduct in holding that government had met its burden of proving coercion. When evaluating if a defendant exerted coercive force over a complainant, juries are thus directed to evaluate the totality of a defendant's conduct toward a trafficking victim, including any threats or specific instances of past violence that may have created a culture of fear, such that the victim's conduct was rendered involuntarily, collecting cases. However, without such an instruction, jurors may mistakenly believe that they are confined to considering a narrower category of evidence in deciding whether the elements of trafficking are met. The cumulative conduct enforced labor instruction is also important for Mia and Capricorn. Both worked for the defendant over long periods of time, and during their employment, the defendant was violent and threatened them. The cumulative effort of the violence and threats can all be considered by the jury in assessing whether either was forced to engage in labor or services for the defendant. Without an instruction of this nature, jurors may feel they are constrained to consider only whether a particular act of violence or threat resulted in forced labor. Physical restraint. Based on the cross-examination of Jane and Mia, the government respectfully requests that the court briefly instruct the jury that physical restraint is not required to establish trafficking and forced labor. As this court is aware, one of the key instances of trafficking of Jane that the government intends to discuss at length in its closing, and which the government anticipates that the defense will also address in closing, involves the defendant's assault of and subsequent freak-off involving Jane in June of 2024. During cross-examination about this incident, defense counsel extensively questioned Jane about times that she could have escaped on this date. Listen, Jane, see, this is wrong. Jane got me punching the air because Jane said, and this is why I believe like Jane said Diddy never put his hands on her until this incident of 2024 when she hit him first. So this is so was and for always, I think you said this the other day, right? And so yeah, I thought about it. Oh, let me change my battery just was going out. I saw that. Hold on a minute. So, but for always, I'm going to keep talking while I change this. So, did mention this the other day. Did Jane put her hands on Diddy to provoke him to put his hands back on her? Because remember that Jane testified that Diddy told her that Cassie was a fighter. So it is kind of strange that this man never put his hands on you. He didn't put his hands on you. And you didn't put your hands on him until after that lawsuit came out. You never know how somebody's going to respond when you put your hands on them. You never know. Thank you for that, Ali. I see that. Thank you. You never know. So Jane is a whole confliction in my head. Child, she's a whole conflict. So, but, in a lot of DV situations, it becomes mental. So I'm going to just switch back to Cassie's case because Jane got me all over the place conflicted, right? People would think, why won't you walk out the door? No, mentally they are you are terrified to walk out the door. They know how he reacts when you leave. Cassie said they never had to go find Jane. She was always willing. All he had to do was say a couple sweet nothings to Jane. But Cassie attempted. And it would always be, Christina Coram calling her, the security looking for her to locate her and bring her back. And they would bring her back and he would continue to pounce on her some more. But Jane, hold on a minute. My daughter is... Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, all right. I really believe that is why she put, yes. Oh, my daughter. All right. My daughter is, come on, girl. Just make sure. All right, so yeah. Okay, so that got her. So yeah, so for always when you said that, I just was like, and I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? That could very well be. That could very well be a thing, because it was just crazy how on that night, it was just crazy how she was able, it was just crazy how she was able to just get that on camera the first time that it happened. But anywho, like I said, she's a whole nother case. But anyway, so what are we doing here? Okay, it's escaped on this day. Asking Jane, does the back gate have a capability for you to leave the house? Asking whether she has other family members in Los Angeles. Moreover, during today's Rule 29 motion, defense counsel again argued that Jane could not have been trafficked on this date because she could have left. I don't get you know what? Women and men are DV. let me say that first. Women and men are DV victims, right? But most of the time, it's more women than men. So in my case, I don't care for how much money, I don't think I would be able to defend someone that commits DV on, a woman. I'm just saying, you got to have a moral compass sometimes. And even there's all types of legal work to do. There's all types of million and billionaires being sued, and I'm just saying, it's just, yeah, she did take a chance putting her hands on him. Like, and I'm a DV survivor, so it's just, it is what it is, though. In this, don't put your hands on somebody that you don't want them to putting their hands back on you. It's just, it is just crazy that you were all that asking him for love, and he was not giving it to you in that way, but he let you know from the door that he was polyamorous. That's another difference with her and Cassie. He had Cassie saying that she was the only one, but after Cassie, he said he'd never make that mistake again, and he was going to tell people that he was polyamorous. So like, he's just out here just dating. So that's why he did say to Young Miami, like, we just dating. But when she did that interview of him on Revolt, she was like, we go together real bad. That's just one of her. Child, Miami was with the itch. That's all I can tell y'all about Young Miami. Miami is about that dollar, all right? But do I think that Young Miami, could have saw some of these? I think so. It was a time when they broke up, and it just was like for nothing. And it was like, you didn't see her. She was online saying like, I'm single. She looked like a sad little puppy and everything. So back then, like, we didn't have this information. Because everybody was like, well, why is she? They was hanging tough, and then poof, she was gone off the scene for a little while. So we know that he likes to, hey, girl, hey, don't do that. But he respected Miami and the public more than he respected any of them, from what we know. Exactly. When the person is a lot bigger than you, stronger than you, you're not even. And you gotta watch these little dudes too. They be like, small, but they, can pack a mighty punch. It is just the truth. Women cannot beat men. Our makeup is just totally different. The way God made us is totally different. So you don't want nobody. But the thing is, she left for 2 hours, went in here for 2 hours, and when she came back, she thought he was gone. He continued with the assault. You already had got her before she left. I'm telling you, I saw a video. Diddy was on vacation. It had no meaning before, but I watched it and I'm like, is this guy really crazy? He said, I got to put some oil on my feet. This is my ugly feet. This is my ugly foot right here. The right one. This is the ugly one. Let me oil that one up. The left one is pretty. That's my pretty foot. I said, God damn, that is the foot that he be kicking women with. Kicking down doors and stuff. I said, when you watch a video now, you got a whole different interpretation of why Diddy is saying some of the crazy stuff that he say. And I'm not going to say it in this live because, listen, they be watching the lives. They be, probably not mine, but, they're going around to see what people are saying, right? I think so, right? So I don't want to give his attorneys any ideas, but yeah, I was like, he might want to. There was an interview that he did, and it was just crazy how he was like, I said that? You sure did. We all, because it was the talk of the town when you said it. Calling these men daddy and stuff like that. What type of bull crap is that? When a woman is fed up, she think in protection mode, win, lose, or draw. But the thing with Jane is, Jane wasn't fed up. Jane just wanted him to get rid of the because she was fine until he started popping out with Young Miami. She was fine until then. She was fine. She said she was fine. She knew that he dated other women, but she never agreed to date him while he was dating somebody publicly. So she didn't have a problem with what he was doing until he popped out with Young Miami. I'm telling you. You did? Child, let me go over here and look. Thank you, girl, Measy Boo. Let me see. Measy Boo said she sent me a little something. Listen, I got to get you in the band because I thank you so much for that. Let me see if it's go over here. What I got over here this gay shit. Oh, they recognize me. Sometimes they be like, oh, no, that's the wrong. That is not even where these folks might not recognize me. Okay, I think I got. Oh, yep, I did. I did receive it. Shout out to Measy Boo. Thank you. Oh, my. And also, look at y'all. Somebody got to be telling me. I told Measy Boo, I'll say you. I don't know if the other person wants me to say their name. Sometimes people don't want you to say their names when they do send cash apps, and so I didn't get permission. But shout out to the other. No, that was you. For always. Thank you so much for always. I gotta get you in the band, girl. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Greatly. Oh no, let me show it. So I'll add you to the banner. I have Allie, you're already in there. I was gonna leave you on for today. Thank you so much too. We gotta get baby A in the. So let me just put Measy Boo in here. Let me see. Am I gonna be spelling this right? Let me just bring this over here. I done went through. Oh, this movie, y'all. Okay, Measy Boo. There you go. I'm gonna make sure I spell your name wrong. Because listen, I've been jacked it up. And over here where I am, yeah, I want to just make sure Measy Boo, and then we got for always. Oh no, that's not right. Thought I did that. But yeah, I think that Jane is like. So yeah, every time look now when you look at a video, look at the videos. If you look at his old videos, look at the videos with what has been brought to the light. I'll be like, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Child, I could not believe when I saw that video when he said he had this is my ugly foot. Let me put some oil on my ugly foot. And I do have a question for y'all. Y'all know I ain't got no sense, and I'm going to ask y'all. I believe my questions are valid, right? Does Diddy have stock in J&J? Because, baby, J&J better get on their job. Dude, listen, I'm just keeping it all 100. Dude, Diddy have stock in J&J? That's all I want to know, because he may need to go ahead and get his cash, because they definitely owe you a coin. Y'all know I got little sense, but that's a legitimate. Listen, do he have stock? Did you invest in stock from J&J? Did you invest in Astroglide, child? Shout out to y'all. Y'all put some survivor bucks in the chat for Missy Boo, Allie, baby A, it for always. Thank you guys so much for donating. I'm gonna have to play the video for you guys. Listen, gotta. Appreciate you so much, Missy Boo. Don't you come back and subscribe? Come on back and subscribe when you can. I don't know what's going on with the. Oh, you saying the? I don't know. Well, hold on a minute. Let me play this for y'all, because I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for walking out with me. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the chat. I love you all. And we're back. let me bring this back up over here. I just like y'all. I'm just telling y'all. I'm just like, I think that that's going to probably be one of the hardest things for them to do, is to decide whether or not that they believe Jane's testimony, because not only was her testimony just so suspect, some of her statements were inconsistent. So they got a lot. They may say, you know what, but if I was the government, I would definitely hone in on, regardless to whether you believe that Jane is a victim or not. Jane did testify to being in bed with Diddy when CNN dropped the tape of Cassie at the international. It was not the international. What is it? I don't forgot the name of the daggone hotel. And she did tell us how they huddled and came up with the apology with him, and how he let her read the apology to ask her what she thought. That story has already been. We saw the video, and then I don't know if it's if attorneys shouldn't say, but Agna Philo, the way you jumped up and objected in an open court, said, well, he took her name out because I told her to. You just confirmed. So they might want to stick to that, because listen, a lot of people, like, they're supposed to be using the law. However, and we know that she voluntarily and willingly at 30-something years old decided to get into this life. I don't know if they will allow the defense in closing arguments to say, hey, listen, she wanted this. He's not the first celebrity or rich person that she has been with. This is a pattern for Jane. See, the Jane thing is just all wrong. That's why I'm saying I'm conflicted with Jane, y'all. And a lot of people don't want to say that, and they want to just, oh, she's a victim. She at some point she was a victim, but she willingly signed. There is a big difference between her and Cassie. And I'm just saying what I'm saying, because, like, I don't be trying to, sugarcoat stuff to people. It is what it is. We gotta have to take accountability for the things that we do at some point. And if you going from rich person to rich person to rich person, and then something else I found out, and I can't even say it on here because, listen, I don't want no problems with the governmental. Okay, the governmental, I don't want no problem with them. But you wanted to have a whole nother baby with your baby daddy. I ain't said no name, don't nobody put the name or nothing in the chat. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She did and did. That's what he said, and did. Girl, you need to listen. And this is what I don't understand when it comes to her. She has a very lucrative business, right? But she's saying, oh, because I was so caught up in all of these hotel nights that I could have done better with my business. But didn't Diddy invest in your business? And then didn't you start an OnlyFans? How much money you pull OnlyFans records? Oh, and then you want to go back into playing the real victim. Oh, I couldn't leave because, he had the roof over my head. Who told you to move down there to be closer to him? He was threatening the roof over my head. I'm telling y'all, Jane was playing in everybody's face. The government might want to rethink her immunity deal because she was playing in everybody's face, okay? They got Cassie. They got other acts that they can use to actually convict him on. You only need 2 predicate acts. He's well over that. They don't even need Jane. But for that testimony that I told y'all. Because she not only hit him, she said she smashed his head into the marble countertop. He ain't bleed because he's a monster. So moreover, during today's Rule 29 motion, let's get back to this. Defense counsel again argued that Jane could not have been trafficked on this date because she could have left. Because of the defense lengthy cross-examination on this point and expected arguments at closing, and to avoid confusion, the government requests that a very brief instruction be added on this point that makes clear the legal import of this evidence. Similarly, there I go with that word. Listen, I'm gonna have to make something put on the channel about that word. I can't. Similarly, there you go. I got to say it like, use your vowels. During the cross of Mia and in the Rule 29 argument today, the defense repeatedly argued that Mia could have left her job at any time and is therefore not a forced labor victim. That is incorrect under the law, Rivera 799. Affirming forced labor and ex-trafficking convictions, even though victims once left the defendant but later returned. And the instruction is needed to correct any misimpression in the jurors' minds that Mia had an affirmative duty to leave. So the government respectfully requests that the court add a single sentence to its charge on ex-trafficking to clarify that the defendant need not be the person who receives the thing of value from the ex-act. The government believes that this short instruction is necessary here due to the particular relationship between the parties and the potential that jurors will be influenced by preconceived misconceptions about trafficking that do not comport with the law, as it will be explained to them. Noble versus Weinstein is the case that they're using. Congress noted that trafficking in persons is not limited to the X industry. A short instruction on this point is needed to clarify the proper scope of this statute. You know what's very crazy to me? What is very crazy to me is the very thing that this man sits here for. One of the biggest things that he sits here for, right? We already know, right? It's established. He is a freakazoid. That he is, sitting here. And they said it was very uncomfortable when he was watching these videos. They said he was licking his lips, rubbing his hands, like all kinds of stuff. And he must have caught himself. They said one time he just dropped something and bent down like he was picking it up because he must have realized, boy, if you don't put that tongue in your mouth and put your hands down. But what really got me was when he requested to watch the F-off tapes. So that he could help out with his defense. I said he didn't even want to be in the courtroom. They was arguing something. They had him in the back and he was watching the F-off tape. Yeah, you know what? This man is diabolical. Because that's a lot of nerve. Nah, y'all could go ahead. I trust y'all. I'll pay y'all $1 million. I'm just gonna sit back here and watch the FO tapes so I can tell y'all. I'm gonna show y'all the spots where she was really, really enjoying it. Ciao. The payment page, and then it says lost signal, so she nothing me. Thanks for looking at. Oh, okay. So she just y'all just talking. I'm done. I couldn't believe that. I said he said what? What? And the judge can't say no because he got a right to a defense. But then I believe they should be able to use that in the closing statements. The defendant knows exactly what's on these tapes. But during this time when we were going to argue something, he'd rather watch the F-off tapes and not be in the courtroom. Everybody knows how controlling he is. His attorneys know how controlling he is. He showed that in the courtroom. So, I mean, if they can use it, I will use it in my closing. Yeah, he's sick and twisted. He probably, I ain't gonna say that. That the first day he watched him probably was the best day of his life. Y'all know what they say he used to be doing in the corner. So the government respectfully requests that the court add a very short instruction reflecting the black letter law proposition that a completed commercial X act is not required for a X trafficking conviction. Without such a charge, a jury may incorrectly think that a commercial X act must occur for a X trafficking conviction. The phrase would be used to cause from the statute is not readily understandable for non-lawyers and may be understood by the jurors. Because I'm like, what would be used to cause? Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, they would be confused because I'm a virtual juror and I'm confused. And maybe I'm misunderstood by the jurors as requiring that a commercial X act result. Second, this law is relevant to the facts of this case. For example, as your honor is aware, one of the specific instances of alleged X trafficking, which the government has focused on during its case, is the incident at the Intercontinental. There we go, not international, Intercontinental. There we go, hotel. The government has presented evidence that the defendant kicked and then dragged Miss Ventura in the direction of a hotel room where a male paid worker was standing by and a FO had been in progress, which is true. He just didn't get around that corner. She wasn't coming around the corner after you did all of that. And then for them to say, I was so bothered by this. Oh, the defense, some of the things that they have been saying, boy, they need to play it back. Oh, he kicked her in the leg. That's not what we saw, but did that matter? He kicked her like she was a football, like he was on the football field kicking, trying to kick a goal. Touchdown. Are we serious here? I said, did I read that right? You're trying to minimize what we see. And what we see, we're outraged because your clients told us this didn't happen. He told the world that. He told the world this didn't happen. Cassie is a liar. This is a money grab. Only to resolve the case in 24 hours. I think why they did not subpoena or bring Jonathan Oddie to testify in this case. Well, I think I know why. I think I got it. I think both sides agreed they were not going to bring any health history or business into this case just to keep it clean, right? Cassie testified she got mouth sores, Jane, infections and all of that. So you can draw your own conclusions as to what that means. We all know what having mouth sores mean. Some people never had X, but you see sometimes, like even a cold sore, people get those. It is considered the herb. But cold sores can come from just having a cold sore versus somebody that is, So I think they wanted to keep it clean. And if Jonathan Oddie would have got on the stand, I think he would have definitely went outside of that. So I think they said, you know what, we good on Jonathan. Yeah, he did. So Missy Boo, yes. So let me think was it the first or the second day? I think it was the second day. So what they're saying, the people that were in the courtroom, is that things wasn't going too well on that. It was either the first or the second day. And he got mad to the point where the judge said, let's take a brief, we need to take a brief recess just for a bathroom break. But it was because he was angry. And they said he started writing notes. When they came back, they said that his team, who normally they sit on one side of him, one sit on the other side, and they're always talking and conversing. He said they were like sitting away from him. Like, and he was just writing notes and just shoving them over there. And it's the day when Agnifilo was asking those very stupid questions over and over and over again. So I think it may have been day 2 because I think it was with Cassie. And he started asking like these dumb questions over and over again. Trying to think, was it Cassie? But who crossed Cassie? Well, he started asking these dumb questions over and over again, listening to his client. Well, isn't it true? And this is another thing, y'all. Hold on. I'm glad I just said that, because wait a whole minute. Wait a whole daggone minute. Because they was asking questions like, isn't it true that the car was blown up because you was having an affair with Kid Cudi? Was Kid Cudi's car blew up because you was having an affair with Kid Cudi? What? God daggone it. You see how they're going to have to bring that back out, because his team already stipulated to the fact that this man's car was blew up because Cassie was having an affair with Kid Cudi. That just came back to my mind. Because he was kept asking. I'm like, if he answered this question in another way, that does not give him permission to, because he's thinking that she's having an affair, which they were broken up at the time, to blow up this man's car. So yeah, I'm going to need the government to remember, and maybe that's why the government has been doing this for a long time. I'm not an attorney. I'm definitely not a federal prosecutor. I'm pretty sure that they know that, and I'm sure they're going to bring it up. So you want to be mad at somebody? Be mad at the team you paid. They did a lot of admitting guilt because they said that they didn't prove it. But because he had them so rattled, he had them off their game, playing into him. And because they were doing what he said to do, and Brian still was not in the courtroom at that time. Brian still had stepped out, they said. And when Miss Westmoreland got up there to question Dawn, he was shoving notes over there, and they said Westmoreland was like, oh, okay. So, yeah, because listen, I'm the attorney. I do this. You don't. We'll argue about it on the break. But I'm not asking the same questions over and over and over again. But you did belabor us with the questions about the eggs in the pot and it. Child, they a mess. I just realized that. Y'all need to bring it. Y'all need to. His defense team agreed that he is the one that blew up the car. Also, the arson detective. The arson detective stated that when he showed up to do his investigation, he noticed there was a black SUV out in the front of Kid Cudi's house. So he mentally took down the license plate and put it in his memory. Upon leaving, the same truck was coming down the hill. He knows this because he had memorized the license plate. So when he looked at the license plate, he saw it was the same black truck. They decided to run the plate. And guess who the black SUV was registered to? Bad Boy Enterprises. Baby, I need them to come on and remember all of that, because my memory is being jogged. Now the evidence disappeared, but that can't disappear. That's easily verifiable. Was this plate number registered to Bad Boy Enterprises back there on that day when that SUV was shit? That's why we don't need a temp. We gonna Diddy did it. And then your attorneys, you had your attorneys, because in your little pea brain, I didn't just blow up the car. I blew up the car for a reason. I'm a mogul. You're cheating with my girl. I'll pay for her. I need her for the freak off. I gotta be front and center to hear these closing arguments. Well, closing arguments start tomorrow, right? Okay, we gotta get over here and see what time court is, but I just want to read this again. They ain't dropped no charges. Stop. They dropped the attempted charges. Here we go. Without such a charge, a jury. Okay, we did that already. Let's go. So it says, second, this law is relevant to the facts of this case. For example, as your honor is aware, one of the specific instances of alleged trafficking, which we did that, presented defendant and kicked yeah. Oh, a juror could reasonably find that even though a commercial act did not occur immediately after the defendant attempted to drag Ms. Ventura back to the room, the elements of this count were otherwise met at that time. The government respectfully requests a more detailed reckless disregard instruction. The government anticipates that one of the key disputes as to counts 2 and 4 will be whether the defendant had the requisite knowledge that Jane and Ms. Ventura felt forced into engaging in these commercial acts. While knowledge, a term people use in their everyday lives, is likely to be readily understandable to the jury, the government believes that additional explanation is needed to explain the term reckless disregard to the jury, a concept with which non-lawyers are unlikely to have ever encountered. So yes, they do have the evidence that they did both state they didn't want to do this anymore. And you notice that the male paid worker, the male prostitute, but they want to be known as, it's not legal. It's not legal. You need to be in Nevada in a brothel. So it's only legal there, and you got to be a part of the brothel. That's why I'm saying, Jane in Nevada, you need to go on down and sign on up. Anywho, he did, and even in some of these male paid workers did testify that he would take Cassie out of the room, and sometimes, they would hear slapping and she would be crying, and he would be like, get out there and, and let's go. What about the time when y'all know that we was reading the full transcripts in the beginning, but stuff happens with me. I have the emergency going on. Remember the time she said she was sick and she had to bomb, yeah, and he's like, all right, you all right, you good, get in here and get back to it. If that is not reckless disregard, I don't know what is. That she's sick. She's she said on one or two occasions she actually, a lot of times she was just nauseous. So let's just take the time that she actually did, and you talking about, you good, all right, get back to work. And then you're going to try to say, I'm trying to see if that recording with Jane was after Cassie dropped the lawsuit and he was doing all of this. We had a good time. I just called to see if you was all right. And call you my little crack pipe. CP for sure. For short, CP. But yeah, I would never give him the time of day. First of all, with that whack ass rap that you spitting on somebody's goddamn leaving on somebody's voicemail. What type of conversation is that? What? And did he call? What is endearing about being called a crack pipe? I get where he was trying to go with it. I'd rather see him dancing, and I can't stand that either. Like, what the heck? And I ain't know you was. I ain't know you had bomb in it. I didn't know. Take care of yourself. Rest up. Get in your bag. We got that contract. Ciao. Y'all don't come get this dusty burqa wearing in the corner diddling himself. Ciao, baby. I wouldn't have lasted an afternoon with Diddy. I'm just keeping it all the way 100. Yeah. I'm going to tell that lady because she lighting up on the drawing, on the sketches, because she got him online looking like a chipmunk. Well, not a chipmunk. What do you say? A koala bear. That's just what you look. You had your mouth open. That's what she painted. What that was? That's what she painted what she saw. You was sitting there like, and your attorneys all around. She sketched what she saw. You was in despair about this court date. Oh gosh. What you was turning like this with your back, and she painted you. That's you. Come on, could you lighten up? Got me looking like a koala bear. Boy, Bob, you ain't here under serious charges. You worry about how somebody sketched you. How about y'all just let the cameras in then? See how I feel about that. I can't stand him. The government respectfully requests a more detailed record. Oh, we did that already, y'all. So let's go down to the conspiracy instruction. The government's proposal also requests certain additional language outlining the law on conspiracy. The current definition is only a few sentences long, and the government is concerned that it may leave open too many unanswered questions for jurors, which will result in a number of jury notes seeking clarification. It is imperative that the jury understands the law of conspiracy, a legal concept that is not intuitive, in order for them to correctly apply that law to the facts relevant to count one, as well as the narcotics conspiracy predicate. The government has carefully gone through conspiracy instructions that are regularly given in this circuit and has only proposed adding that language that is directly relevant to issues in this case. The government is available at the conference to answer any questions the court has about why instructions are necessary for the jury's understanding in this case. The government respectfully requests that the court add a short instruction in its discussion of the interstate commerce element of the racketeering conspiracy, that narcotics activity has an effect on interstate commerce as a matter of law. Indeed, the Second Circuit has found that narcotics activity satisfies the interstate commerce requirement for a racketeering enterprise. See United States versus Miller. Of special importance to the present case, we have held that because narcotics trafficking represents a type of activity that Congress reasonably found substantially affected interstate commerce. So the actual effect that each conspiracy has on interstate commerce is constitutionally irrelevant. It follows that whereas here the RICO Enterprises business is narcotics trafficking, that enterprise must be viewed as substantially affecting interstate commerce, even if individual predicate acts occur solely within a state. See United States versus Vasquez. Citing Miller in the VCAR context and noting we have also held that where the racketeering enterprise's business is narcotics trafficking, that enterprise must be viewed as substantially affecting interstate commerce. United States versus Feliciano. Noting in VCAR case that the racketeering activity that satisfies the jurisdictional element in this case, narcotics trafficking, is clearly economic in nature and has been found by Congress to have a substantial effect on interstate commerce. Further, in Taylor versus the United States, the Supreme Court found that the interstate commerce element of Hobbs' hold on a minute. Hobbs Act robbery is satisfied if the government establishes that the defendant robbed or attempted to rob a drug dealer of drugs or drug proceeds. Since, as a matter of fact of law, the market for illegal drugs is commerce over which the United States has jurisdiction, internal citations omitted. And while the Second Circuit has not had the opportunity to apply Taylor to the RICO statute, it has held that Taylor applies to violent crimes in aid of racketeering or BICAR charges, which contains an identical interstate commerce requirement. See United States versus A Court. Applying Taylor and concluding that the requisite interstate commerce was here satisfied by evidence that the enterprise trafficked in crack snow schnang. Yeah, you see Jane crack pipe. That's what they. Yeah. So further, at least 2 other circuits have applied Taylor in holding that narcotics activity satisfies the interstate commerce requirement under the RICO statute. See United States versus Millen Manchuka. Millen Manchuka also challenges another element required for both RICO and BICAR offenses: a nexus between the enterprise and interstate commerce. The market for illegal drugs constitutes commerce over which the United States had jurisdiction. Taylor versus United States versus McLaren. The government provided evidence that YMM engaged in daily drug trafficking over a period of several years. Drug trafficking is a type of economic activity that has been recognized to substantially affect interstate commerce in the aggregate. Now, I do believe that the reason why the Hobbs Act, listen, this is the reason why I said Hobbs. Come on now, y'all. I do believe that, right? You know, he really messed himself up here. And the people keep saying that Brendan Paul flipped for the defense. That could be so. 2 things could be true at one time, right? If people want to look at it that way, you can look at it that way. But the fact that boy, they did get out of Brendan, even though, you know, still try to muddy the waters as best as he could, but that was for personal use, right? And the judge said, rephrase. They didn't have to even object because the judge knew where still was going with that. But the one thing that Brendan Paul did say, he does not want to be recognized as a drug mule. He stayed on the stand, but his attorney said it outside. He wasn't no drug mule. Listen, drug mule, drug dealer, you was the one holding the bag at the time that they caught him. So I think everybody on the outside put that, you know, the strong emphasis on that. And that we all, you know, everybody, even myself, was thinking that he was the person that was supplying the drugs. He was his assistant, sweeping the floor, doing all of that. And I don't know who's going to believe. I don't know who's going to believe that this young man was sweeping the floor and he saw this and put it in his bag and forgot to take it out. I don't believe that, Brendan Paul. I don't believe that. What you were doing was a crime. And to add, I hope at this point they make this a thing. He wasn't even flying on his jet that day. He knew that there was an investigation going on. He rented a jet. Why rent a jet when you got your own, baby? What? Come on, make it make sense. So this boy got caught getting on a flat on a, you know, with D-Rugs. I don't care. Diddy can use D-Rugs for his personal use, but you gave D-Rug. You had, according to Brendan Paul, you had him test out the 2C. You gave D-Rugs to Jane, Cassie, among others. And Brenda said he was doing it to prove his loyalty. He did the Tussie, the Tootsie, whatever you call it, you know, nowadays. Whatever. Love on top, Tootsie on the bottom. Yes. So this is why they're getting him. He didn't have to be distributing the drug worldwide for sale, but you did distribute it to other people. And not only that, you brought your business into this. You paid for these drugs with your business account. You had the financial company that you were hiring approving these purchases and left the trail. So this is why they're focusing on all of this X stuff, and they're not really focusing on the fact that they have this paper trail that he is saying, I need about 15 blue pills. I need approval. I need cash flow. I need about 5,000. And you got the lady at TriStar approving this? That no wonder none of them came and got on the stand. How are they going to say? It's still illegal any way you look at it. How is his HR person or the person from the financial company going to come into the courtroom and say, we approved these purchases because it got his creative juices flowing. He needed drugs to get his creative juices flowing. Or he said he needed 15 blue pills. So that was going to help in what you're going to say? It helped in the freakouts because that's what you needed it for. That's what y'all was planning for the night. And then he up there with his dumb self leaving voice notes. I'm going to call y'all all night unless I feel like I got everything I need. It's Fahim on the way with the money. You can't make this bull crap up. Being a tester. Because I'm telling you, the way Brendan Paul is trying to save his image. He's trying to save his image. He's like, listen, yeah, I didn't hear. They never asked Brendan. I don't think they wanted to play with him or not, like that. I don't know who his family is. I don't know nobody in his family, but they say he comes from a very, prominent family. So I'm not sure. But Brendan, all I know is that Brendan did not want to have his image ruined. He still got some things to do. Child, this is a whole mess. And so they did not drop the RICO charge. And the what's the name? The predicate X, the attempting. They did not drop the charge. They dropped the attempt. It's a difference. So and they can explain in closing arguments why they did it. It's not to confuse the jury. We're not saying that he attempted to do it. We proved that he did it. So we don't need an attempting charge. We're saying that he did it. That we proved beyond a reasonable that he committed these crimes. I just need people to understand. Sometimes you can't be the first person to report on something. Because I'm not all online all night. Like, I'm not online. And sometimes you gotta just roll on up in it. You can report on it when you're going to report on it. But if I have somebody telling me something versus an attorney saying it, I'm gonna be rolling with the attorneys. The only attorneys I'm not rolling with is these attorneys that say, this is just straight up DV. This is more than that. So yeah, I just don't like, and they, the attorneys are conflicted when it comes to that. But there was one attorney that was saying, no, they didn't. And then the other day he was like, oh yeah, they did prove. So those attempted charges don't matter. The ones that they drop. I'm not that low. Heck no. I would have been like, oh no, you know what? I'm gonna find myself and head out. I'm not putting that pink stuff up my nose. I'm not testing nobody's tootsie, okay? Game over. I'll go work at McDonald's. I don't know. We're not doing that. So for that reason, it says the courts in this district have also consistently instructed the jury that narcotics activity satisfies the interstate commerce element under RICO. United States versus Julio Marquez Alejandro and Luis Blondet. In addition, Congress has determined that all narcotics activity, even purely local narcotics activity, has an effect on interstate commerce. Thus, if you find that in the course of the racketeering activities, members of the enterprise trafficked in narcotics, this element is satisfied. People don't realize that the fact that they were buying, transporting, listen, they could consider that. Because it wasn't just for your personal use. You was giving it to people that were around you as well. You know what? And the funny thing for always is I didn't even read TMZ yet. Did they drop charges? Because there's an attorney that works there that I guess he's owner of TMZ. Doesn't he own part of TMZ? And he should know if he read the charges and looked at the charge sheet and looked at the edited verdict sheets, that they only removed that the attempted. So I just believe that, payroll. So in addition, Congress has determined that all narcotics activity, so we did that already. So they're citing United States versus Torres. Interstate commerce includes the movement of goods, services, money, and individuals between states. We already know that they did. Even if I don't understand why the, I guess they're trying to appeal to the jury, saying, no, this is just for personal use. Tuesday ain't legal. It's not legal. Congress has determined that all narcotics activities, even purely local narcotics activity, has, and that's just one of them, ketamine, child, all the other stuff that stuff is not it's not legal. So local narcotics activity has a substantial effect on interstate commerce. Thus, if you find that in the course of the racketeering activities, members of the enterprise trafficked in narcotics, you may find this element satisfied. It is not necessary for you to find that a particular defendant knew the enterprise was engaged in interstate commerce. They cite a bunch of cases. Child, like they said, they ain't playing. The government respectfully requests that the court modify the instructions currently included in the discussion of venue, that ministerial functions and preparatory acts occurring in the district are insufficient to establish venue. The circuit has held that venue may be satisfied for X trafficking, where a defendant contacts a victim who is located in the district for purposes of enticing them to engage in X trafficking. We saw that now, y'all. So I don't know what they ate and what they not saying. She said, taste it. You're damn self, Sean. Just she don't put Brooks in the chat. Let's get Brooks in the chat. Objection. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, wow. Is he going to be? Did he get his paperwork ready on time for his appeal? I don't think he did. Brooks, Darrell, sit down. Darrell, Darryl, whatever you going by today, because we know that you don't go by it. Every time they say Darryl Brooks, I did not consent to that name. I don't know who that is. Yeah, okay. So they cite a case here, United States versus Walsh, finding venue satisfied, where a minor testified that Benjamin first contacted her using Facebook Messenger in the fall of 2015, and when she was living in a residential treatment center located in the Southern District of New York for purposes of enticing the minor to engage in Peacestitution, shout out to for always for that. Since the conduct in Walsh may erroneously be construed by a juror as merely preparatory, the government requests that the court modify this portion of the venue instruction to reflect the language in United States versus Beach Nut Nutrition Corp. By clarifying that acts that are preparatory to the offense and not part of the offense are insufficient to establish venue. Whether the crime be continuing or non-continuing venue is not proper in a district in which the only acts performed by the defendant were preparatory to the offense and not part of the offense. Emphasis added. However, the inclusion of the term ministerial functions may further confuse the jury. Yeah, because what is that? I ain't even gonna tell you what I was saying. Is that, are we talking about pastoring? I don't know. Yeah, that needs to be explained. You're not listen. You need to explain ministerial. You don't want them looking up nothing. They're not supposed to be on Google looking at nothing. The court needs to explain to them what is ministerial functions. What up, Jerome Street? Shout out to Jerome Street up in the house. Says salute. All I'm saying, it's what's up. I don't like my comments being erased. Who erased your comment? Jerome. You know Blackburn got erased. They said that somebody had got arrested. Jerome, don't nobody be you erasing your comments unless. Objection, Jerome. Objection. Don't nobody be removing your comments. We removed the comment because I explained to you, Brother Jerome Brooks. Brother Jerome Brooks, certain things we can't say. Over here, I'm trying to help you out with your own channel for when you blow up. You see how I spoke that into existence, Brother Jerome Street? Stop playing. So anywho, shout out to Jerome. Come over here, but you don't be having a party mouth all the, you don't. It's not even something that you would think that you can't say. It's just that YouTube is very, you'll see, like if you start scheduling your lives right now, if you write a description and it's something that is flagged and you have everybody normally hooks it up to their YouTube. Hold on, let me see what their name is, because child, listen. IQ, I forgot what it is. IQ stands for something. I forgot what the full name is. So they're connected to and they will highlight the word, and you're like, what? Like the first time I saw it, I was like, what? And they'll tell you the word is too racy for YouTube, and I'm like, and so they flag it. But what they're trying to do is get you not to get your video flagged. Jerome, ain't nobody thinking about you, Jerome. See, you got me over here stopping and explaining and stuff, and you over here messing with me and stuff. Jerome, we love you over here too. Stop. We just going over these charges because it was said that charges were dropped, and they're not. They're not dropped. It's not going to take away from anything because they're going to explain it to the jury. So basically, instead of them saying conspiracy to arson in the arson charge, they dropped the conspiracy, the attempted arson. They dropped it. It's just arson because it's going to confuse the jury. So it's not bad like they're getting away from. No, it's basically, did he attempt to do it or did he do it? So we proved that he did it. We don't need to prove that he didn't attempt to do it. He did it. So they discharged a couple of tempting charges, but they actually left the charge. So all that, they dismissed charges, and no charges were dismissed. It's just they didn't need the attempting charge to confuse the jury. And so sometimes you gotta, I'm not, like I explained to them, I'm not an attorney, but you can read, and sometimes you can Like, if, for some things you have to listen to what the attorneys are saying. And so it's a lot of clickbait all over the place. No, they dropped the charge, Diddy's charge. No, they did not. They're just saying that he didn't attempt to do it. So we don't need to, leave that charge there because it's going to be confusing to the jury. He did it. So he didn't attempt to do. He did commit arson. It's still a charge, still there. It didn't go anywhere. So, sometimes you just got to wait, and you got to really, really, listen to people that, have a, law degree. So, I don't think it's going to confuse the jury at all. At least, listen, they're going to explain to the jury during closing. Closing is 4 daggone hours each. So look, so it says, nor in this the government aware of certain precedents for that portion of the instruction. Accordingly, the government requests that the reference to ministerial functions be omitted. The government objects to the unanimity. Oh, y'all, that word got me. Unanimity. Instructions for the ex-trafficking and Mann Act offenses. Yes, those charges are still there. Those charges are not going anywhere. The government has been unable to find a single first ex-trafficking and Mann Act case where I'm going to skip right over that word because it got me tongue-tied out here looking like I'm uneducated and stuff. Y'all said instruction was given and are concerned that the language as drafted will introduce error into the charge. Accordingly, the government proposes the following language, which is designed to reduce the risk of error and confusion. The intent of these edits, among other things, is to properly characterize what constitutes the relevant instance and to make clear that, I guess I'll try this again, unanimity. I just think that I'm saying the vowels wrong. Is that a long A, short? I think that's the short A. Unanimity is the short I. Midi. You know what? I think I'm thinking about unanimous, right? And it's just like unanimous. Child. Whatever. Is only needed for elements, not means. See United States versus Quarterly, affirming an instruction to the jury that to convict, it did not need to conclude unanimously. You see that? Unanimity. I don't know why I want to put a TT to unanimity. It's unanimity. Okay, there you go. Unanimously. I knew it had something to do with that, but it's just not coming out right. So as the Corley violated 18 USC, specifically, whether he either harbored or participated in a venture that harbored minor victims, because harboring and participating in ventures to harbor are alternative means of committing the offense. I didn't think they wanted to use nothing but minors in the, I think y'all should have found another case. I don't know. United States versus Cooper 711, holding that the 10 different acts in which a person may engage to commit the offense of ex-trafficking of a minor, in particular, recruits, entices, harbors, transfers, provides, obtains, advertises, maintains, patronizes, or solicits by any means, are means and not elements. United States versus Mickey. Is that Mickey Mouse? Are they talking about Mickey Mouse? You said so much love you out. You know what, Jerome? Always says Jerome. Thanks for stopping through. Please hit the like on the way out and come back again. Jerome probably go. Are you going in the bushes, Jerome? Jerome probably going in the bushes. I know, Jerome. Stop. Force fraud. Where are we at? Did they talk about Mickey? Let me see. Force, fraud, or coercion are alternative means of violating Section 1951, and so do not need to be found unanimously. United States versus Paris. Collecting cases holding that fraud, force, or coercion are means of accomplishing ex-trafficking, not elements. So count 2 and 4 proposed instruction. The government has argued that the defendant committed X trafficking with respect to Cassandra Ventura for count 2 or Jane for count 4 over a years-long period. To find the defendant guilty of these counts, you must be unanimous that the government proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the charge with respect to at least one specific instance of X trafficking within that period. As to that specific instance of X trafficking, you must agree that all the elements were met beyond a reasonable doubt. But you need not agree as to the way in which the elements are satisfied or all the details of the instance. The government has argued that the defendant violated federal laws regarding transportation to engage in prostitution with respect to Cassandra Ventura, among others, for count 3, and with respect to Jane, among others, for count 5, over a years-long period. To find the defendant guilty on these counts, you must be unanimous that the government proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the charge. Excuse me, with respect to at least one specific instance of transportation to engage in prostitution within that period. As to that specific instance of transportation to engage in prostitution, you must agree that all elements were met beyond a reasonable doubt, but you need not agree as to the way in which the elements were satisfied or all the details of the instance. To the extent that the court has questions about certain of these proposed edits, the government is available to answer these questions at tomorrow's concerts. Respectfully submitted, J. Clayton. And then they have all of the feds' names under here: Maureen Comey, Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Christy Slavic, Madison Reddick Smizer, Mitzi Steiner, the 6 women that are prosecuting this case. Right. So now we're just going to run over here briefly. I didn't mean to be there that long. Take this off of the stage, but we had to give a little commentary in between here because it's just, Survivor, you deserve a lot, and I salute you for that. Thank you, Jerome. I always appreciate that you come over here and show a lot of love, and you do too, because I think that you're going to be over there talking ish. Okay. So let's go over here now, right? We're going to just go look at this briefly. Till we go, shout out to Inner City over there on X. If you're not following him, give him a follow. He does a great job, covering these cases. So okay. So wait, did he start up there? Because let's see, I know I had all right, so where do we start? Inner City. Let me see. Because what is Inner City talking about? Oh, that ain't the right day. That's the other day. Hey, today the 25th, right? Yeah, my mother's birthday tomorrow. I know I ain't crazy. I know I ain't crazy. Her birthday is tomorrow. Let me just go out and come back in here. So I think I had this up on the other day here. So yeah. So let's see. So he's talking about how the trial conference starts late. All right. All right. So here we go, y'all. Let me bring it over. Then with the 2 p.m. now still be gonna at 2:20. All right, here we are. Let me see. Do we have that? All right, so here we go. Let's see if we can get through this really fast. Okay, love you guys. So next time, please don't say my name. And we're going to keep saying Jerome Street, Jerome Street, Jerome Street. That's what we want. Put blessings in the air for Jerome Street. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna stop. Put blessings out there for other people. I'm not into that. I'm into supporting. So yeah, we're gonna keep saying your name. Show up, I'm gonna say your name. Jerome. So he's saying now they were supposed to start this at 12. They pushed it back to 2 because of the motions that were filed yesterday. And so this didn't start to 3:07. Really? No, I did not. Hold on for always. See, that's why we got to keep each other informed over here. You know what? I forgot to even put it on X that we was live over here. But anyway. So no, I did not. Wait, but why was Blackburn? Why was they serving Blackburn? What did Blackburn do? Child. So he ended up blink. Child, y'all gonna have me go. Y'all always try to send me down the rabbit hole. I gotta see. Maybe somebody I could go. It's Nancy Grace talking about it, you. So okay, it says 3:07 p.m. they start up. George says sorry for the delays, but there was a full-on constitutional challenge. Wait a minute, before I jump into this, did y'all hear? Now, if y'all ever, so I didn't go live yesterday, but yesterday the government made it a point to say that they hope that the defense is not going to use the government and the war that's happening in this case. So somehow they got some type of word that they were. And Agnafilo was like, yeah, we know we're not. And the judge said, well, yeah, that's not going to, no, you're not going to be able to do that. Them dirty dogs. Rewrite y'all closing statement, all right? Take that out. I said, wow, and I get it, they doing their job. Listen. A multi-million-dollar legal team. I get it that they're doing their job, but come on now. It's already. Oh my gosh. You said when you get your game, I would love for you to be a guest, but you're available. Oh yeah. Sure thing. So I almost oh wow, a process server for Fat Joe. Child, y'all, listen. That's too much for me right now. I'm trying to get through Diddy and this Fat Joe thing. I've started reading just a little bit, minor. Like, listen, I heard somebody else report. Just like, listen. I said, I'm not a Fat Joe fan, but I am a fan of. Even though right now, I'm just going to tell you, I'm mad at Remy Mom. I am for various reasons. There is a dope YouTuber on here that he's part of the battle rap world, and I love him. He does like such a thorough breakdown on things, and then he shows you the evidence. He brings in relationship things from a biblical standpoint. What I like about him, he is a man, but he just not tell you from a man's standpoint. He tells you from both sides, right? And when he got this thing on lock when it comes to, Remy Ma Papoose. And the backstory is crazy. The backstory is crazy. So, and I was like, well, I didn't realize that because I think his name is Battle Truth. Yeah. And when I tell y'all, he is doing such a thorough breakdown. But even though I'm upset with Remy, I'm going to say it. So Fat Joe and Remy, when she came home, they did an album together, and the album is definitely underrated. Plateau Oploma. I hope I'm saying that right, as I ain't looked at it in a while. Definitely underrated. I think that, I don't know if they didn't push the album right. I really did not. I don't know about that. But I definitely a banger, like all the way through. My ish. They had this song with this a slow song. Oh my God, I love it. Still love it. But Remy, I ain't gonna turn this into Remy. Let me see what you said about that. Me too. She really disrespected Papoose. She couldn't have done it. Yeah. And then to find out when you go over the Battle of Truth page, he's gonna give y'all the real. Like one night I just was like, I'm not even gonna click on his page because I'm gonna get stuck. I'm gonna get stuck if I go over there. So I gotta be, just getting to my mom's and get started for the day. And I'm gonna listen to Battle of Truth today and see what updates he got. Because if not, I'm gonna get stuck over there because he really, really breaks this stuff down. You talking about grimy? Grimy. I didn't believe, like when she went live, I didn't believe everything that she was saying anyway. Because I've always liked Papoose because he's a rapper, but he's very he's somewhere else with it. People may not like his style, they may not like his cadence, but he's definitely a lyricist. Definitely one of the strongest lyricists out here that never sold out to the industry. He's independent, that it is what it is. But for her to try to downplay, his stuff, he never comes on lives and say anything. He never responds to anything. But that man endured some stuff at the hands of me. Yeah. Cheating over and over and over again. This is a thing for me. One thing I'm not going to have to answer to when I go before the maker is, why were you cheating while you were married? Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm just not. I don't got time for all that anyway. I don't have time for that. And I think that it was and to try to blackmail him the way she did, and to try to get, you really played this man like he was a sucker. He's really a man's man. Because let me tell you something, baby. I worked in a jail. And I know a lot of ninjas is not coming to visit no girl in the jail, regardless of whether they locked up for them or not. So the fact that this man, child, y'all better stop. This man was on tour over in Africa when she caught this case. He left his money and flew back here. His manager was like, what are you doing? He's like, they call me, Rim needs me. This was when he had just met her. But Battle of Truth done broke it down. He said, listen, Remy out here propositioning people to meet these men first. And that's what happened with Papoose. She told Slay she wanted to meet him. He had just signed a $1 million deal. And that's how she does it. So with child, y'all give me a minute because I was getting ready to say something. I ain't no. So with Timu Papoose. AliExpress Papoose. Easy to blockhead. Gums and all poo putt captain. What? This is what I don't get, y'all. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off this, but I gotta say this here because I done said that we done started it and stuff like that. Look, Remy, you're supposed to be this hard, tough, rough. You're supposed to be this hard. You're supposed to be this thorough. This is how people look at you. You're supposed to be this big, thorough, rough, tough person. So So let me tell y'all quickly what happened, right? This boy went to Vlad. I'm talking about Timu Papoose. Easy the blockhead, whatever his name is. He went to Vlad and asked him, how much would you give me for an interview to expose Remy Ma? I'm having an affair with her and I'm sleeping with her. Vlad said 10K. He said, I had to get back to you. He went over to a one with Tasha K. Try to pull the same stunt like, yo, Vlad said he'll give me 10K. I got a hot story exposing Remy Ma. Y'all know on One with Tasha K and Nicki Minaj is like this. Y'all already know the beef between Nicki Minaj and Remy. It was a method to his madness. But Tasha K done been around. Y'all know she owed Cardi B $4 million. I think, but did Cardi reduce it down? Let them reduce it down to 2 or something like that? I don't know. Anyway, she owed that girl some money. She Skrilla. Yeah, he knocked him out. And like, for the life of me, why would you try to, like, you are still married to this man. You just have been cheating on him and doing him dirty, and he's just not saying anything. Now the gloves is off, but you want to say it's because of Clarissa Shields. No, you went too far. You went too far because you're hurting so bad to see him out here living his life. I'm going to say another thing that I don't see that anything was wrong with, right? If Papoose is Clarissa's manager, which Clarissa already said that he's not, but if he is her manager, let's just flip it and leave Clarissa out of this. If Papoose was Remy's manager / assistant, I'm going to put my career on the shelf. Let you shine. My wife, my queen. I don't see nothing wrong with paying him 20% so he can have his own money. He with you all the time. He protecting you all the time. Why would you? I'm just a different. I'm a different breed. I come from I come from a different. A lot of women would be like, what the hell you mean? If your husband is doing nothing else but managing you, how was he gonna get his bread? You're getting your money from other places, meaning, yeah, you should want. He has children outside of you. So if he's in a situation where he's managing Clarissa and they're together, I don't see nothing wrong with breaking him off 20%. 20% is nothing to 80. That's what people normally pay managers, 15, 20% or something like that. He's doing a lot for you, not to mention he said he wrote a lot of your raps. I believe him. So that means if he wrote Sheetha, Nicki Minaj is the winner, and I don't even like her. And I believe him because every single thing that she said, go over to Battle of Truth. I'm telling y'all, Battle of Truth breaks it all the way down. He'd be over there in his judge robe. I said, Battle of Truth, was you watching me? Because I did have my robe on back then, but no, he got his own style, whatever. He got he wear a robe and a stocking cap, and he got his gavel. And he talking, and if he get to a point where he just like, it's just going crazy, all right. He'd be like, here, bang the gavel on your damn self. Don't worry about it. I'll do it for you. No, no. He's like, no, and no. Yeah, I love him. You could get stuck over there. So like, I gotta be like, listen, if I'm going over there to watch Battle of Truth, I can't be doing anything else. I gotta be somewhere where, because you will be like, oh my God, and that had, wait a minute, so what? Child, what? I didn't even know that. You got to get the backstory. I know she hate him. I know she saw it. I know somebody. You know why I know she saw it? Because everybody in the battle rap world now, and you got like Star and Buck Wild. That he's on his channel over here. I don't really watch him because he's like he'll be talking to you, then he'll just start going off on you like that. I be like, well, Star, what happened? Like, you make me nervous. But all those people are talking about him because they're like, we don't know who this guy is, but he got the tea. He said he's from the battle rap game, so he knows a lot of these people. And then this guy, Timu Papoose, gonna say, he ain't got me out. He did knock you out in your hometown. And your boys were standing around trying to pull out the burners. And Papoose was like, who won it? Let me tell y'all something. Clarissa said Papoose is nice with the hands. She said she was shocked. But who didn't remember that he was teaching his daughter to box with the pads before he even started dealing with Clarissa? He was definitely separated from Remy before they started. I think that he should have, pushed through with the divorce and then, did it. But Clarissa is not somebody that's going to let you just say anything about her. So you're mad because he didn't tell his girlfriend to shut up, but she didn't saying, let me address the elephant in the room. She didn't call you an elephant. You're a rapper, right? You do a play on words, right? So you knew exactly what it is. They asked her a question. She said, so y'all want to address, y'all want me to address the elephant in the room? And she was very respectful with her response. I'm like, what is Remy talking about? And you went on a whole live for an hour or two. Came back talking about, oh, this man loves me. I said, wait a minute, hold up. Let's go back to Tasha K. He goes over to Tasha K with the same thing like Vlad said, give me 10K to expose Remy. He said to expose Remy because I'm sleeping with her. I'm sleeping with her. How much would you give me? Tasha said, she said, oh, I need to see if you telling the truth. I need to get a little bit of facts. That's how Tasha do them. Yeah, Tasha call you for an interview. Don't give her no facts first. She did it to Yandy side dude too. I need to find. Okay, I'm not paying you for an interview, but thank you. She exposed him. At the time that Tasha K exposed him, nobody believed her. They said Tasha K is capping, Tasha K is lying, and I'm not even subscribed to Tasha K. I don't really watch. It has to be something like the Gina Hoon interview. I watched that, but I'm not even subscribed to her like that. Because Cardi B is my girl. So I don't really subscribe like that, but I do watch some things. And she exposed him and read him for filth, and everybody was like, she lying. Tasha K ain't got she don't have, not Remy. Nobody could believe it, even the people in her circle. Was like, Remy ain't, not that cornball. The people from Philly was like, nah. They was arguing. Nah. Tasha K was like, this boy talks like a biatch, and put his picture up there with the gap, and he's smiling with the gap right. Tasha K said, you can look at his teeth and tell that he got something wrong with him. I feel bad. Remind if you sleeping, I don't know what y'all doing, but did you get checked down there? You probably got all types of infection. She said if he closed his mouth and stopped talking like a biatch, his teeth and his gums would heal. I said, Tasha K, why you read that man like that? I don't know, Jerome, man. People, they don't be, I don't know. I don't really talk about this kind of stuff, but it is interesting to me because, of like the narrative that was put out there. If you right, you right. And if you wrong, you wrong. If you right. And so he really had to expose her. She's not used to that. And she's not used to Papoose like swinging back. And then not only was you sleeping with the man, she really was taking Papoose kindness for a weakness, right? Not only was you sleeping with the man, but you going to tell Papoose. I'm glad he recorded it. Now see, you had to go and knock him out. Now he is threatening to expose what's going on and expose. So I got to keep messing with him in order for him to not expose it. Are you telling your husband, Remy, take this L, girl, because you're a loser? I said, what? Did she really tell? So you really was thinking that your husband is some type of sucker duck. That's what she was really saying. You didn't appreciate him. Listen, let me tell you something. It is women every day talking about, yeah, my boyfriend got a 15-year bid. I'm celibate. I'm not going to They mean they selling a little bit. Come on, y'all. She tried to say, oh, when you was sleeping with that. Then to come to find out, I thought that they was messing around, her and Papoose, way before she got arrested. It wasn't like that. I said, what? She wasn't messing with him that long before? They said no. But she was calling him on the phone, crying that they was mistreating her and she needs him to come visit her. And this, that, and the third. And I'm just like, wow, when you find out, you know. Hold on a minute. My daughter here. It's just a little like, because we did look at them, for the Black love stuff, and for her to go and disrespect the Black love movement. It probably seems like nothing, but I'm telling y'all, go over to Battle of Truth. Y'all gonna get your whole life. Because I was like, wait a minute. So wait, she done backdoored the people in the battle rap industry. And girl, it is hot over there. He got a whole series 1 through 5, but he just keep bringing that heat. So if you go to any page where there's battle rap and stuff going on, like conversation about that, they talking about him. They are talking about him because when I tell you, I said, well, what? So hold on, wait a minute. What? Yo. Yeah, some spirit time. That's true crime to me. That's true crime what you did, messed up Black love. True crime. Remy, you get an L for that. And this man, oh my gosh. And then, this is the last thing I'm going to say about Timu Papoose. Now, I want everybody to know that Timu Papoose is not Papoose. Okay? It is the fake replacement. Okay, so, this guy calling people that's, friends with Papoose, and they recording him. And he basically saying, this thing gonna go when I say it's gonna go. She cheating with me. I got videos, evidence, everything. So he got videos of her giving him oral, him knocking it down. He recorded it. And that's what he told the guy. It's gonna go whenever I say it's gonna go. And then, I gotta tell y'all this because it just popped in my head. When he said, I said, Remy, you gotta be kidding. I said, Remy, you gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding me. First of all, if you said that Papoose stuff was packed for a year, obviously he don't need that ish. He out here in these streets. You call her the come up, I call her the glow up. Because you down here right now. I had a lot of respect for, Remy. Not what she did before she went to, jail, but how I thought she humbled herself. Right? He didn't need that stuff. He don't need that. Girl, you're looking right stupid and desperate right about now. You're looking real desperate right about now. He don't need that stuff. Girl, I'm not buying what you're saying. I'm not buying that. How the hell is Papoose was so broke all this time? I ain't buying that. I seen Papoose out here in the street. Y'all seen Papoose doing his thing for the Knicks in New York. That shit was fire, rapping from A to Z. Papoose is a lyrical genius to me. He is one of those lyrical, lyricists, like, spitting off the top of the dome, and his pen is mad. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all got some of the stuff these people be out here rapping about. They ain't saying nothing. They're not saying nothing. They're not saying anything. So why would you try to take that away from him? Why are you trying? You take the L because you got a loser. You pay his salary. Come on now, y'all. She pay Easy Timu Papoose' salary. Remy, nah. Shout out to the roll for the 1999 super sticker. Thank you so much. Y'all dropped some Survivor Bucks in the chat for Jerome Streets. That is just because. That are just because. That's a just because 1999 super chat. Thank you so much, Jerome Street. But yeah, I gotta say this because I just was like, wait a minute, like you really on here trying to tear down this man's whole existence because you are mad because he finally moved on and he still spared you because he didn't tell everything. But Battle of Truth is over there. Oh my goodness. Battle of Truth. The gloves is off. Battle of Truth is over there. Just spilling it. And I'm like, wait a minute. What? And he not just telling you, he shows you the receipts. It's a reason why Remy and her best friend are no longer best friends because the friend was talking easy to Block Captain and was telling Remy about all the issues that was going on. All the while Remy was sleeping with him. But how about you brought him on to not the podcast where Joe Button is on now, but the old one where she was on. You brought this man on here saying that you was managing him and you was screwing him. Child, when they found out, they was wrong. They was so mad. But they was recently talking about her and they was saying like, did y'all see her go live and Easy to Cat? The Block Captain crib. She didn't even look right. But this what got me with him. This how you could tell that he's somebody that's just looking for a come up. There is no way in the world that me as a woman, and I know, y'all men out there or anybody that's a man, any of you women that are in the chat will be so eager to move into a house where another man lives and where he still has items that are still there because he don't need them. There is no way I will be eager. I don't care if it was a mansion, expansion. I don't give a damn what it is. Who is that thirsty to be moving in? I know she ain't buy no new mattresses. I know she. When this super Easy to Block Captain talking about, oh, we glad you going. I was waiting for you to move out the crib so I could get up in there. Remy, what we doing? Remy, what are we doing? Are you like, did you just lose all of your, what are we doing? Like, why is you still tolerating this? Oh, I forgot. He's how you make your money. She pays his salary. So when she's saying like, oh, he get like $50K in the rap battle. I gotta change my battery, y'all. It's about to be clink on ya. He get $50K for a rap battle. That's because she the one that's paying it. Y'all gotta make it make sense. I'm sorry, I don't went on this long tangent, but that whole little thing, I don't care. People talking about, oh, she's from where I'm from, so I'm signed with her. Y'all listen, right is right and wrong is wrong. Listen. And that's it, and that's all. You can't be out here expecting this man to keep being your husband, and he knows and has proof. And then you had the nerve to go on live and say, she had the nerve to go on live and say, because he said that he got, when when Papoose played the video, the recording of Easy to Block, somebody sent it to him of Easy to Block Captain saying that this gonna go when he said he gonna go. They had only been he had been cheating with her for, so this was way before. She had been cheating with him like for 3 months at this time. So so I'm just trying to figure out which part of the game is this, Remy. Like, so you're gonna just continue to let this man play you like out in the open, because you pay. And the day that he got knocked out, right? Everybody keeps saying that it happened in New York. I don't know if it's two different instances. So yeah, was it in New York? Maybe it was. He was doing a rap in New York. I don't know. But Remy Ma was home with Papoose. He said he was going. Remy Ma went ahead because, she has the league, the rap battle league. It's supposed to be an all women's rap league, but Timu Papoose is the face of it now. She kind of stole it from her best friend. So anyway, she's grimy. Wow. Anyway, so she went ahead of him. Somebody already called him and told him that he was there. He wasn't on the card for the night, so why is he here? So Papoose basically had told Remy Ma already, I'm going to put this cat down when I see him. And he said it don't even have, and I'm like, why? I don't understand why some of these men that just want to be on Remy's side because you're live in the same place that she does. Why are you cheering that on? Like, no, that's it makes perfect sense what he said. What he said was, I really didn't knock him out because he was screwing my wife. He knows what type of wife he has. According to Papoose, she been spreading it a lot. So anyway, I didn't do that. He shook my hand. And at the time he didn't know, and he continued to sleep with my wife. And people like, oh, well, that sounds stupid. No, it actually is not stupid. It's one thing for him to be, sleeping with his wife and him not know it. But it's another thing for you to be sleeping with my wife or my husband, come in my personal space and shake my hand. Because now you looking at me like, you stupid ass. Hey, how you doing, you dumb ass? I'll be knocking that down. Yeah. It makes perfect sense. I was like, what are y'all talking about? It don't make sense. It makes sense. Y'all don't want to make it make sense. But it makes sense. Stop playing. That's the ultimate disrespect. Ultimate disrespect. So I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it real. I just don't think my mind, when it comes to like relationships, my mind is definitely, I'm not one of them. Okay, the girls, we go with the girl. No, I'm just going to look at the situation and, compare it at, in its totality. But then you don't really know too much about the guy that you're dealing with. But when you find out, they put him on black. They making a clown out of this fool everywhere. They put him on blast and was like, you said you did a bid. Well, that can't, because Remy said, because after he did this interview when they were questioning him about his time that he supposedly did, Remy, this was like a year or so ago. You on a live talking about he got an 800 and something credit score. He make legal money. He just happens to rap. That guy was like, wait a minute. So wait, you did when did you do a bit? Like when you did a bit, he was like, that was right before it came out and I got popped. He said, when you was trying to be the blogger. Remy looked at him and was like, you blogger? You was trying to be a blogger? Bitch, you don't know. What is wrong with you? You got all this smoke out here for bad bull. You didn't know he was trying to be a blogger? Ciao. Yeah, you got to be kidding me. So yeah, I'm just not going with her because she's from a certain place. I'm not just riding with her. Not only that, his daughter really adores her father. And when he put it out there that you was keeping the child from him, I don't play keeping the child from nobody games. I don't play those games. You don't, then that means you don't care about your child's mental. I be trying to tell people, listen, when you're done with somebody, you got to stop sleeping with them. Because if not, you're going to be all messed up in the head. Now you're dragging the kids in. Oh, no, you're not seeing the kids. Oh, because you still going with her. And I thought you was coming back over here. Y'all, everybody's confused. All the energies is mixed up and all types of stuff. So that's what it is. But if you care about your child's mental, you're going to have a very great, a very good co-parenting relationship with boundaries. And the boundaries start with we're no longer sleeping together. We're not together, so we're not going to sleep together. I don't know when people are going to get it, but that is the problem. And then you wind up making a child suffer because you're upset because hold on, y'all. I gotta get something from my daughter. So yeah, because you're upset. That is crazy. Okay. So what? Okay, so that is just crazy, Okay, that's your child. That's her father. It is what it is. He done moved on. Hold on. My daughter is. So he done moved on. And that's that. And I guess like he means it. He means that he's moving on. He means it. And so you want to put it out here like he's using Clarissa. You don't want to put it out here that they was messing around. You came to the internet and put it out. Now you're crying. Now you are crying. Stop crying. You did this to yourself. You out here glorifying somebody that you had to clean up, get his teeth fixed and stuff before you presented him to the world. Because that picture that Tasha K put up there, oh my gosh. So that's all. That's all I got to say about y'all. Battle of Truth, go over there. He got the whole breakdown. When I tell you it gets deep, it gets deep. It gets deep, and he's funny as I don't know what. Oh, he can sing too. I was like, oh wait a minute, he playing around, but he can sing now. And so yeah, he got a bunch of people that's just talking about him, and so he's, he got a lot of like people that's really out here, and cause he's funny. They like, where did he come from? We don't know. Like, we don't know him, but like, in the battle rap world, he apparently he was in the game somehow. So let's look at this really quick because I want to see what they decided in the end. Oh, should we just go to the end, y'all? Because we've been here. Should we go to the end? Because I could, if I could just go, if I go through, all of the Ruby story, we'd be here all child. He had to break it down. He did a 5-part series. And he's still going. The series is over. She said Remy lost weight and lost her mind, and that's what happened. Pat Poose let that slip out too, because remember she told she was on the diet where she was eating an apple, a small apple, and something. He said she had surgery. Okay, That came out. You had surgery, girl. Stop. And she mad because Clarissa said after this fight she's going to have a baby. That is what really like. Let me take. He want a son, right? That's what he telling you. He wants a son, right? Right. I bet. And so what if he was with you and he said he wanted another son? You was his. You still his wife. You're the one that messed up, girl. Why is you mad? And you mad because he with somebody that will chin check you. Remy, I'm on her side because, baby, you pulled out the gat for the girl that supposedly stole the stack. You ain't do nothing with them hands. Just because you talk all deep and you rap all deep and you make Diddy bop and do all that, like, ain't nobody seen you with them hands up, though. I ain't never seen they say Remy around here tearing people up right to the chin as soon as they see her. You don't get no points for Black and Little Brittany. She about 4 feet. She go 2 feet down, she gonna be a munchkin. You don't get no brownie points for that. I never heard nobody say that you really put somebody on their back in the street. I never heard that. You scare people by the way you talk deep, Diddy bop, and like how you all, with the brass, that's what that is what you, that's what people are like, oh, she pal her friend over us. Like, she did a lot of backdoor stuff. Like, listen, I'm going to have to tell about the truth. Listen, you don't know me, but I did a lot of advertising for you over there free. But I'm just saying, when somebody got something that I'm interested in and he's funny as I don't know what. I'm just like, he funny, then he coming and giving you the biblical version of stuff and, how it's supposed to be. And it is just, he's entertaining. So Remy wants to, listen, Papoose put that out there, right? Papoose put it out there that the girl that she was in jail with came home and came to visit. And he done caught the girl in the sack with Remy. Oh, she was hot after that. She was hot after that. But it was something that he went on and cleared up online. And after that, she didn't get online. She went to Twitter and tweeted, "No, come on back over here to Instagram and keep making a fool out of your goddamn self." He said, "Rich Alley." What you say? Yeah, I'm gonna erase this, but idol which God doesn't like. Yeah. So he just like, check him out. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, for always, don't have nothing to do because you really could get caught up. I really got caught up, like just watching it, but I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so interesting. Like, what? And he is digging all in. He knows somebody. He knows somebody because somebody is giving him, like, he got information people don't have. So I just like, whoa. So okay, so let's get back into this, Lord. Y'all not been on a tangent, but that is a very, maybe I should have did a live on that, but I try to stay with true crime. I don't want them to be throw me over there and else, but I'll talk about it when I want to. Like, I wanted to do outside. I wanted to do a reaction, but no, they go do a lot with the reaction channels. I did the reaction, but then when I went to upload it, it was like, no, I'm not doing this. But that would have been, that's a true crime moment. What Cardi B did on Outside is a true crime moment. I look at it as true crime. That's what I look at it as. Like, she violated Offset. Listen, Offset, I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you that Cardi. I tried to tell you, Offset, to stop doing what you was doing, Offset. I tried to tell him, y'all. He didn't hear me through the TV. Cardi B said, "Yeah, this is crazy." When she said your favorite rapper from your favorite team be in my DMs, I said, "Cardi, I'm flatlined." What, Cardi? Child, did y'all see that man rented out a castle for her? A whole castle. And they say, did Cardi announce the dropping of her single first, or did Offset? Because, child, why she got over 200 and something million views and he got 270K? On one of the charts, she was number 1. He was number 89. On another chart, she was number 18. He was 192. You fumbled the bag, Offset. That's all I'm going to say. Y'all know he had it good. You know, the girl said she into anything. Just, you know, she don't prove who you going to bring home. No, you, like she said, you messing with the girls that follow me. She's dropping that album. And I think it's going to be a good album. Because Invasion of Privacy, that was Invasion of Privacy was to offset what Lemonade was to Jay-Z. Okay? So if she needs to get some stuff off her chest, I'm waiting for the album to drop September. I think she said I can order an early release. When I get off here, I'm just have to support my girl. Now he's trying to do the kids wrong. He done lied. Child, it is too much. I don't want to do it. Maybe I can do little spatters of celebrity. I do have that in my bio. Spatters of little celebrity stuff because Cardi B is my girl. I love the glow up. I love when women glow up like that. When she first came out, I was like, who is this? I don't like her. Like, who is this? Because my cousin was like, Cardi B. Who? Oh, so she's ignorant. She gets on my nerve. I was like, let me look at her. Let me look into her. And I'm like, her mixtapes wasn't all that bad. But baby, y'all go back and listen to Red Bars. Cardi ate that and left no crumbs on Red Bars. Listen. Listen. And I was like, wait a minute, she's really underestimated. Every feature she hopped on. People can say she not this, she not that. No, let me tell you, a lot of them got writers. A lot of them got writers. But some people get in the game and think they're above the game. Let me tell you something. My coworker, I used to work with her. We turned out to be like really, really close friends. Nicki Minaj paid for her whole wedding. Because her father is Sir Mix-a-Lot. This is Sir Mix-a-Lot. Who sings Anaconda? Sir Mix-a-Lot, right? Whoever he is. Her father's his manager and they sued her. She didn't get clearance to use Anaconda. She didn't get the clearance. They sued. They both got paid. They won. Anytime they play Anaconda, that's why she don't really have them played no more. She don't really perform it no more. He gets paid. Baby paid for the whole wedding. We in DR. Lit up floor and everything. She had everything. Thank you, Nikki. So anywho, look it up. His name is Ricardo Frazier. Ricardo, last name Frazer, no I in Frazier. All right, here we go. Y'all can look it up. Just Google it. So, okay, so it says I'm happy to give you that time. So the government is asking for an hour here. So they didn't start to 3:45 actually. 3:49 they're back. So the judge, Subramanian, says, be seated. Okay, so we've resolved the verdict form. So let's go through the charge on page 1. Any objections? They said no. Combs' lawyer says no. Page 2, I'm going to take out the references to the jury. Being the judge of the facts, we say that 3 times. Okay, so he took out something for being repetitive. All right. So we don't have anything until page 13. So that's Combs' lawyer. And the feds say same here. And it says on 13, on the conspiracy, a person need not know everyone else. And they don't have to have full knowledge of the, so let me see. Okay. So this is the Fed saying this. So they don't have to have full knowledge of the RICO conspiracy. Only that they agree to 2 predicate acts. The judge's response. The judge says response to Combs' attorneys. We object. Of course they're going to object there. That's not the argument I was making in the Rule 29. As to Ms. Coram, Did she know of the hotel rooms? Of course she knew the goddamn hotel rooms. Was she in the courtroom? Were you not in the courtroom? Were you not in the court? Y'all, come on now. Did we all know about KK knowing about the hotel rooms? Did we know that KK knew? Yes, we did. Y'all act like they didn't show that whole thread with everybody CC'd on it and everything. KK told what, Perez? If you find something like this, don't bring it to him. Bring it to me. I'll handle it. It was a video of a freak off. Come on now. What are they talking about? Judge, don't let me down now. I like you. Come on now. Let's see. Oh, he said he overruled the government's objection. Child, he got more. I added language from the Sands Treaties after the government's letter of last evening. Okay, so he added something to the letter. It has removed the structure. Okay, so let me see. I don't know what he wrote, but I have to go. Let me see if they file this motion. I might have to go and pull it up, but later, not tonight. So we propose in line 21, you add that action should be considered as well. What? So that's Combs' attorney saying that. So this made this argument to Judge Lehman last year in the Bruce Garlick trial. Oh, you covered it in the City Press. Okay. So I think this instruction is clear enough for the jury. So he's turning them down. That being said, the defense can make arguments about this in summation to make their point. I reject the defense suggestion on that point. Anything more on page 13. This judge don't be playing, okay? Okay, no, it's fine, Allie. We already know that you gotta do, take care of what you need to take care of. She did. Oh, thank you, Jerome Street. Jerome Street said, don't say his name. I'm gonna say his name. Jerome Street. So, he rejected the suggestion on that point. Anything more on page 13? He said, I have one on page 12 that the government says. So his attorney jumps in and says, what Ms. Miser has referred to is the nature. Wait a minute. There should be something in the middle of this right here. So it says, what Ms. Miser has referred to is the nature of the agreement. Judge says, I think that's right. I overrule the objection of the government. Let's move to page 14. Shapiro says on line 9, the government's markup of last night, not docketed, page 15. We have an objection to line 2 at the very top. It says the enterprise has to be the same throughout. We think it's confusing in this particular case, where we speak of the inner circle versus the core, the chief of staff and security. Yo! Woo, 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 woo. So they're telling you right there. I told y'all. Combs, KK, who is the chief of staff, security's right under that. I guarantee you, they didn't put anybody on the stand from security. We all know that Gene Deal was in the courtroom. All this stuff happened, I think, after he left. So they ain't talking about Gene Deal. We know that. So the inner circle versus the core, who is the chief of staff and security. Now, they've already said in open court that Christina Quorum, aka KK, is a co-conspirator. She's still an unindicted co-conspirator, though, because we haven't heard anything about them sending out an indictment for her. But the fact that right here they say, we think it's confusing in this particular case where we speak of the inner circle versus the core. So Christina Quorum and that security, they was really, really running things. They are very important to the enterprise. Listen, Listen, let's see what he say though. Oh Lord, I'm telling y'all. He said, for example. So, for example, look at, she is listening names here. Child, see, I didn't get this far. She said R. Doc. I think it's supposed to be D Rock in the city. Come on, in the city. D Rock was security at the beginning. Fahim at the end. Listen, the same person doesn't have to stay in the position. What do you propose? The judge asked her, what do you propose? Some of the core of the enterprise has to be the same throughout. He said people are not core. Okay, Judge. Oh, listen, all right. This is getting a little testy now. He said this does not mean that every person has to be the same, but the core aspects have to be the same. Holmes' attorney says that might be inconsistent with Boyle, the Supreme Court case. Smizer says we could say the members of the organization can change. The judge says the danger is that the jury thinks that they will have to make findings under each racketeering act. Combs' lawyer says, can you give me a minute? Oh, he done brought up. Okay, so he pulled up something. He probably put it in the So the judge is saying on page 20, I have one thing to raise. Shapiro says, Mr. Driscoll has reminded me of another suggestion we have. This comes from Ocasio versus the U.S. You have to blame the Supreme Court. What? So then the Driscoll says they have to prove the conspirators agreed to commit each element. Don't they have the actions in writing? He says, give me the full sentence. On page 19, line 4, after the words actually occurred, you could add that each conspirator must be aware of each substantial racketeering offense. Oh, wait, that don't sound right. So we are not required to show that there was an ongoing federal investigation. The government is not required to prove, so he's reading from the U.S. draft, that there was an ongoing federal case or investigation. The draft is here. That's on his Patreon. He wants you to, go on and subscribe to his Patreon. I might do that. So the statute has its elements: using threat to hinder a complaint to law enforcement or a judge. There has to be a showing. I don't need. I can pull that up myself. I just realized that. Yeah, I can go on my own account. I got my own account, pull up my own documents. Federal documents. Listen, I forgot. We're not doing that no more. So the statute has its elements. Using threat to hinder complaint to law enforcement or a judge. Combs' attorney says there has to be a showing the victim intended to approach federal law enforcement. Had knowledge of the federal aspect of the offense. No, I'm very interested to hear how the judge is going to rule on this. Now, if federal law, can it be different? Because they tell you, this is why they came out with the term, if you're going to commit a crime. Well, it's not a term. Well, they tell you, if you're going to commit a crime, make sure you do it alone. Don't do it with nobody that can repeat that you did a crime with them. Because ignorance of and say, well, I didn't know. Because ignorance of the law is not a defense. So let's see what the judge says here. I don't think that it's different just because it's the federal court. I don't think that it should be different. So finally, something on the swirling questions. The government is not going to proceed on 1512C2, and we ask you not instruct the jury on that. I assume there is no objection. They said certainly not. They want to make it seem like, and on the forced labor, the government will be arguing that certain X acts can be labor. We will be building off the R. Kelly case. Child. Not R. Smelly. Not Peter Pip. Not Peter Piper picked the piss. He peed in. Yeah. Let me just go on ahead. Let me go on ahead. Church finger up. So the defense argues that the victims are well off. So we need to make this clear to the jury. They said we object. Child, this is getting good. So we are not arguing that actual acts cannot be labor. Rather, yeah, that is labor. They was work. Look, Jane worked for that 10K a month. But like I said, Jane also signed up for it. I'm conflicted with Jane. Now, I told you, I can see by the law where she became a victim. But listen, Jane, this is not the only thing Jane signed up with. She didn't just sign up with Diddy. All right. He just happened to be caught up in some crimes. Yeah. And I know we can't mention no names over here, so I can't even mention that. But I wonder, let me just go on here. Child, I'm still conflicted with Jane, y'all. I get it, but I'm gonna always come out here and say I know that Cassie is a victim, but Jane, I'm very conflicted. I'm telling y'all, she put her hands on that man first, but where he got caught up and where he trying to be cool on tape and stuff. Like, listen, you sound stupid, and now you done talked your way into something that you didn't have to do. It didn't have to be, so. But I'm telling y'all, the reason why, the difference in her and Gina Hune, I don't think they've never said Gina Hune was part of a freak off or that she ever transported any drugs. I've never seen that anywhere. So that's the reason she could say, yeah, I'm not coming to that and probably be okay. But she already talked to them. So that's why I'm like, I thought they said they were entering her interview. Everybody keep thinking about Tasha K. No, she did sit with them, I think, one time. Something like that. But I guess not. So, we are not arguing that actual acts cannot be labor, rather that the victims here were not particularly vulnerable, like from other countries without immigration status. Like, where y'all going with this? In R. Kelly, the Second Circuit said actual labor falls within the statute. Oh, I overruled the government's objection. Wait a minute. Hold on. Shapiro is not the government. Shapiro is one of Diddy's lawyers. We object. We are not arguing that in R. Kelly, the Second Circuit. And then he says, I overruled the government's objection. That's kind of like, are we missing something here? And then it says, in closing, we will be making this argument. The judge says, absolutely. Actual services can count as labor under the statute. So I'm not sure why. I think he meant to say with the defense's objection. He overrules their objection. He's saying here, absolutely, actual services can count as labor under the statute. So, just to move this along, because it is getting late, I will add reference to the forced labor statute. On the other, I am including a mens rea requirement in light of the vagueness challenge. We think that's insufficient. That's Combs' attorney saying it. The judge says the government is going to argue full-throatedly. You should have used a different word, Judge. Inner city, did he say that or did you say that? You know what we're dealing with in this case, right? Why would you use this term? Did the judge say that, inner city press? Full-throatedly? If not, then the judge, you should have thought about what are you saying? You could have used a different word, child. Listen, Missy Boo, you going? I'm about to go because we almost finished too, so we'll be out of here in a minute. Who said they're going? I'm sorry, y'all. This is funny though. Wait, why would the judge use full-throatedly? Missy Boo, if you going, who's going, Missy Boo? We getting ready to be out of here too. Thank you so much, Missy Boo, for the donation to the show. Make sure you come back and visit us. Who knows what we're going to be covering next. There's a couple of things that I'm looking at that interest me. I was thinking about a rewind case. But y'all know I have an ongoing family emergency, and it's hard for, to really, it is, yeah. I'm trying, but every time I like try to get into some type of rhythm, something changes. So yeah, it's just, one thing after another. So, but anywho, thank you for being here. I enjoyed you, Missy Boo. I enjoyed your interaction in the chat. And thank you so much once again for being a sponsor of the show tonight. Yes, Jerome, you got to come on back. Just let me know when you want me. I'm going to come over there cutting up, saying all types of stuff I ain't supposed to say on YouTube. I am. I'm joking, Jerome. I wouldn't do that. But I'll come over there and cut up with you. Hey, listen, just got to let me know. I just have to have a lot of time. Like, I got messages in my inbox on Instagram. I have not been in there in my inbox on Instagram. And I know it's like, but people got to understand, like, listen, I come on here to escape what's going on in the background of my life. You guys know I've been going through this family emergency for some months now, and it's going to continue to go on. So I have to switch up accordingly. And then sometimes it's like, it gets, a little overwhelming, but nonetheless, I gotta, get on here because, yeah. So, Shapiro says this offense was not in the initial indictment. We are not required to object to the U.S. request to charge. Child, you want somebody to go? Don't make. Oh, this transcript is probably not. Yeah. All right. So, Combs and Shapiro, if the government is now changing what they are going to argue with respect to the drugs, the jurors will notice it. It should be addressed. The judge said, I agree. Child. In Wexler, the sentence about the buyer-seller exception, it should be construed narrowly. That's what the United States is saying. Listen. All right. And that's the context here, Judge. I'm going to reserve on this the buyer-seller exception to conspiracy to distribute drugs. Any objection on the special sentencing factor? No. And they both said no. So counts 2 and 4 were almost to the finish line. The court has added that there is no requirement that a X act be performed. We object. The to-wit, what is the to-wit? Clause of counts 2 and 4, the U.S. used that to trigger the 15-year minimum and to detain Mr. Combs, alleged that these victims engaged in commercial X acts, as did the enterprise letters. So this would be a constructive amendment. The March 10th enterprise letter said they would provide commercial X acts. The government is going to be arguing that commercial X acts occurred. What do we do here? This is blown out of proportion. We're not bound by to-it clauses. Hold on, y'all. They're getting spicy with it. There may be particular days the jury finds that the acts were not completed, like when Jane testified that a paid worker was sent away. That's why we proposed this instruction. We listed the dates in the enterprise letter. We're not conceding on the statute. The 15-year minimum only applies if it is triggered. One doesn't require force, fraud, or coercion necessarily. This is a due process issue. Attempt is already captured here. This is very unfair. The judge says, I am asking you for cases. We need to move on. Shapiro says, I will email you cases. The judge says, I don't need any further submissions. You'll have the final charge tonight. Okay. You better put your foot down, Judge Submarinian. Let them know who you was, y'all. I watched when they were going to be appointing him to the Supreme Court. Yeah, your girl be all over the place looking at stuff. Yeah, I'll be looking into the judges and stuff. I told you I'm a true crime junkie. He was very poised. He was very just like he has a natural great like sense of humor. Like, and it just flows off of him naturally. I really, really enjoyed watching it. And you know, he was just like really like smooth with it too. Like I was like, oh, okay, Judge Supper. Okay. So when Diddy stood up yesterday, they said to give them that little speech. Yesterday, they say he was standing awkwardly. I don't know what that was about, but sir, only thing changed is the gray hair. You can't get the black dye in right about now. You still Diddy. And they know what your character is. Like, you stood up to really tell a judge he's doing a great job. He's fair. I loved watching, when they were questioning him about becoming a Supreme Court, a federal judge, when they were appointing him to be the federal judge. And so they needed him on this case. He's not in anybody's pocket. Like, he's new to the federal, but he's not new to doing this. So I really liked it. I watched it and I was like, oh, look, okay. So there's no constructive amendment. In the Intercontinental, there was force and then no completed X Act. We charged it as X trafficking. So they have been on notice. They maintain in the Intercontinental, there was a FO going on, AX Act. No, he was there for the FO. The guy was in there for the FO. That's why this man was running down the hall in a towel. Yeah. It looked like Cassie was like, oh, I'm not doing this. Let me run out of here. Let me put my socks on at the elevator. Come on, elevator, come on. It was all over for her. They're going to show that in closing. They're going to show the Intercontinental video 50,000 times. It's coming. They're going to show it. And then if the defense is dumb enough to slow it down and show it again the way they showed it in this trial, then Diddy, you need to talk to them because they don't need to do that again. I think that was a big mistake for them. So I'm going to take the paragraph out as argumentative. So the government says I have some suggested edits. Jane and Cassie both said they did their first FO to make their partner happy. Here we go. That doesn't mean it can't later become AX trafficking. The best solution is to delete. The judge said I'll just remove it. Oh my goodness. Initial consent does not preclude a finding of X trafficking. He said I'll add that. Okay. Then she said, well, then add that initial acquiescence may be considered as to defendant's knowledge. Now, acquiesce, they're going to have to explain that to the daggone jury. Why is you trying to come in here and make it more complicated? They're trying to put it in layman terms for the jury to understand. Here you come with that. Everybody, they said that the jury is so diverse. They're all different ages, backgrounds, not just black and white. They come from, different cultures. They said it's the most diverse jury that they have seen in this court ever. So just because they're not, all black, they're all not just like straight up Caucasian. Yeah. So the judge said we've got to keep moving here. And Combs' lawyer says, well, we need balance in language. Y'all go ahead and piss the judge off. Why don't y'all? So the judge says that's the balance in language. Child. Okay now. Okay now. Listen, they said when Diddy stood up and talked about you doing a fine job, they said he was like, okay, so getting back to what I said, oh no, he did not do him like that. Yes, he did. He said, listen, sir, I'm not flattered. Getting back to what you tried, did you stand up and try with Judge? He's been very, I think he's been very fair in this trial, but go on ahead. So I'm going to use the modified language he said that he proposed. She said, may I be heard? You should have watched your tone before. He said 10-minute recess. I need to think. Oh, shit. I just judge something radio. See, he said, listen. He said, listen, I'm tired of you, and you. Okay. So they're back. Oh, 6:48 p.m. Yes, that's what I said, Jerome. Piss him off. Why don't you? This judge should have been on Doug and them case. He plays no game. Listen, Missy Boo. Listen. But he's a federal judge. And they down there, they got another case going on, another RICO case. They down there already. I said, wait a minute, it's Love making a court appearance over here. Oh, gosh, Lord. I got to go over there and catch up. I got to go over there to Catnut Williams and catch up and see if, I got to catch up. I just bit like, listen. I watched the video that she put up at, and I was like, oh, no, not Love is bad. Child. Okay, so the judge says we're back on the record. I'm going to leave it. The parties are free to make their arguments in closing. Anything else? Oh, child. Wait a minute. So what did he leave? Let's go back. Wait. Oh, okay. So whatever Diddy's attorney was saying, to add that initial acquiescence may be considered. He's not adding that. He's not putting that in. May I be heard? 10-minute reset. He not putting that in. Y'all don't have to argue it in closing. Okay? Thank you so much, Jerome. And so, anything else? Here go Combs Law Attorneys again. The charge is supposed to capture that the defendant has to take steps to avoid learning that coercion is used. He said, I'm removing a sentence. She says the next sentence too. The judge says, no, that's a restatement. Combs' lawyer says, I just wanted to preserve my objection. The judge says, unanimity instruction. I think I said that right. Y'all know I'm trying. Okay, so government, he asked a question. And she says, as to at least one instance of X trafficking. He said, counts 3 and 5, anything from the U.S. Smarter says, yes, we like it to refer to an act of prostitution. The person, shout out to always for that. The person traveling does not have to be a commercial ex-worker. Combs' lawyer said those words aren't in the statute. The judge says, I'm making the change. He said a problem is the sentence about scrutinized closely. The use immunity given here, different from transactional immunity. They are not trying to win their own freedom by helping to convict another. Government said, and on implicit bias, we propose that it be shorter. At line 15, it draws attention to bias and may increase tensions among the jurors. The judge said, I'll remove that. AUSA said 2 cases to put on the record, US 554 and 316, US 554 F3D 230, second served 2008. All right, he didn't finish that one. It's N316, more inner city press. So he said, we prefer that the word government not be capitalized. Wait a minute. Is that, come on in, Darrell Brooks. It's Diddy's team. Are you part of the Darrell Brooks? Well, at least the whole word is not capitalized, but you want it all lowercase. Is that some type of law? They're going to have me digging into stuff because, Darrell Brooks said that he wasn't Darrell Brooks because they had his name in all caps. I don't know who that is. So he said, so it's government. Find and replace Combs. Find and replace. Like that. Is that really anything? Like, all right, okay. He like, yeah, next. God damn on it. It's replace. Government lowercase, all lowercase. Y'all starting to sound like, wait a minute. Are y'all? So to avoid the problem of headings misleading jurors, let's cut them. Plus, I want to preserve this. We incorporate in all our filings. The judge says anything further. No. We will get you the final charge tonight. See you tomorrow morning. So Shapiro says for Mr. Agnifilo, he doesn't believe he will take more than 3 hours, but he'd prefer to start Friday morning if the rebuttal is an hour. What? Chill. The United States says we object. It will waste the jury's time to come in for a partial day. July 4th is looming. Shapiro says he could shorten it if it were Friday. And then she laughs. I don't understand why Diddy's team keeps laughing. I don't understand. But anyway, in an early Thursday would run us more up against July 4th. So Shapiro says Mr. Agnifilo is lead counsel and would prefer to do it this way. The government says we are concerned this is gamesmanship to give them more time to consider our summation. We think jurors are tired after lunch. The judge says the defense is making the application. I think it's fine for Mr. Agnifilo to start on Friday morning. What? The government says you could start later. For Ms. Slavic, 10 a.m., 2 hours lunch, then 2 more hours. The judge says fine. He says adjourn. He says it's adjourned. So that's it as it relates to like the Diddy trial and what they came up with. He's still being charged with those charges. I'm not sure they did remove the attempting he still has the charges. They just removed the what do you call that? Not the attempting. Yeah, the attempting to. They moved those charges because it would make it confusing. And so you saw the judge, he objected to a lot of things that he added in a lot of things that the government wanted added in because it needs to be clear enough for the jury to understand in layman terms, how the charge, what they're charging him with relates to the law. And, Diddy's team got some leeway, and that's just that. This is like Allen Iverson. We talking about practice, not the game, but practice. Yeah. Listen. Yeah, Missy Boo said. She laughing at you, cracking up. So this is going to be interesting. So it looks like they're starting tomorrow at 10. I definitely wouldn't be able to go on and just pull it up while it's going on. My mother's birthday is tomorrow, and that's around the time my daughter wants to take her to breakfast tomorrow. So, yeah, I won't be able to do it. All right, so they're starting. It looks like they're starting at 10. They're going to go for 2 hours. Lunch, then 2 more hours. But I thought, so if he's giving them 4 hours, I thought that would include like the closing argument and the prosecution is able to rebut. Because it looks like they're doing a whole full 4 hours. Is that so? Because he's saying that Agnifilo is going to be doing the closing, and I wonder, is Agnifilo not in the court today? And they're gonna play games to the very bitter end. Okay, they are going to play. They're going to play games until the end. That's it. And that's all. So anything that they can get off and get away with, to make their case better, they're going to do that. But they didn't drop any charges. He's still charged. You saw the SMEX trafficking is still there. They didn't say nothing about. They didn't say anything about the arson. Hold on. Or maybe they didn't argue. I think they didn't argue the arson. I don't think they had a problem with the arson. I don't think, but I didn't see it in here either. Oh, I guess they didn't have an issue with the arson charge. I thought the attempting to. I thought they did away with that, but they didn't do away with, because they do have that. They did have the arson expert say, baby, they linked that truck that was outside that boy house back to Diddy. Either way it goes. And then you got Capricorn Clark saying that, well, she was there when he broke into his house. and opened all the gifts under the tree. Diddy's a weirdo. I mean, we all loved Bad Boys for the artist that was on the label. The artist made the label. Continue to sleep well. Biggie. Continue to sleep. Craig Mack, flavor in your ear. Y'all know that flavor in your ear was the ish. And all the 112s that just the Carl Thomas child. We needed another album or 2 or 3 from Carl Thomas. Y'all want to know what I don't know why my mind goes to these places sometimes. Like, I don't know why my mind goes other places sometimes, but I don't know why, because I want to know who it he ain't got nothing to do with Diddy. I want to know who is responsible. I want to know who's responsible for Jaheim's turnaround. I want to know who did that. Jaheim don't know. The last time I said Jaheim didn't know whether he was a martial artist, a hippie, or a hip hop artist or R&B singer. I want to know who did that to him after that very, 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 very. That album was banging. There's no reason why we didn't have more from Jaheim. Who did that to Jaheim? Papa, did you have anything to do? Downfall of Jaheim. Now, AOBD, here you go. Do you know that they used? I gotta tell AOB this, and I said, "Where's AOBD? Is AOBD coming in here?" AOBD. Do you know that they cited a case using BDSM in this case? Did you hear about it? Listen, I said, "Where's AOBD at?" Not a book discipline. What? AOBD. They cited a case using what we were talking about the other day, BDSM. So what they said was somebody was held against their will. Initially, they signed up for the BDSM, but at a later time, somebody held them against their will. The person that they agreed to the BDS. So this is another time. The person didn't want to. They were held against their will. And so they have a federal case where it was a crime for them to hold them. But even though the person signed up for the BDSM, totally different date, something else must have happened where they didn't want to, and I guess, the person, what, maybe I have to pull up the case and try to find it or something and read it. But I just wanted to tell you that they did have a case. They cited a case. I was like, we was just talking about that the other night, AOBT. Wait a minute. No, Steve Harvey didn't say that. You lying. I know you lying. They want to play who music because they Jaheim? Steve Harvey. How about I want to listen to your show because you a pimp? Well, now you're not a pimp. You being pimp. But how about that one? How about that, Steve Harvey? How about you being pimped in the worst way? Marjorie ain't want you. You was after Marjorie a long time ago. Don't make me mad, LB. Don't come over here with that. Don't come over here making me mad, taking me on a tangent. But I just need Steve to know Marjorie, I was getting ready to say Marjorie Taylor Greene. She is the butch built body lady. Not Marjorie Taylor. Y'all know what I mean. Marjorie Harvey didn't want Steve. When Steve ain't have no money. Steve tried it. Marjorie Harvey's like, ugh. Them big soup cooler lips. Oh no, he is not attractive, baby. He got that bag, and he all of a sudden he was attractive. All you did was told him to cut that box cut off, So he's bald, and he still got them same lips with a fur burger hanging over. Let's not do that. Now we're gonna act. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. I wasn't buying none of them Steve Harvey suits when they was out. They was big, they was ugly. His suits and his shoes. That's why this line ain't go nowhere. Okay. And so ain't no way in the world, because he did his wife so wrong, so wrong, and then put a gag on that lady. Because I said, all the people that's buying that act like a woman, think like a man, BS from him, y'all are crazy. He has been married numerous times, and baby, he put a gag order on his wife before Marjorie for a reason. You took that lady's kids from her. Let me just, you babe, AOBD, you came up here and started a fire with that Steve Harvey comment. Now, I did say, I didn't know, I want to know who did what they did to Jaheim. That's because I said, wait, Jaheim, what kind of lick are we going for here? You got the thing tied around your head. Is that, you into some type of martial arts? And then you had on these pants in a silk shirt. I was a silk shirt with the polyester pants. But who did this to you, Jaheim? What did they do? Tell us now. Because when you made that album, you got out of the clink clink. So you look like you was in your right mind. I think it was, after the album, they be making them do, a little something strange for some change. So I think that's what happened. But Steve Harvey said you ain't want to play his music because he looked like a thug. Child, you know what? All I would have did was just I would have kept on pulling up his old pictures. Steve, look at here. Look at here, Steve. Any questions? He wasn't cute. Steve was never cute and still ain't. He got cute money. But he's not cute. Handsome, none of that. The suits didn't do nothing for you, brah. Nothing. The suits, the shoes, nothing. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Jaheim was the ish, okay? He was the ish. And that's just that. That man had talent. The album was dope. You heard it everywhere. From beginning to the end, you could play it. And I just think that something happened to Jaheim. You want to put out a sophomore album. You're going to have to do a little more. It drove him crazy. So, I saw him. I was like, now why somebody? Did you sign you didn't get no money from that out? Did you sign? You didn't have an attorney look over the paperwork now? Oh, okay. That's what? It's something. I believe in mental health. It's something going on mentally. You just couldn't handle. You looking for nub. Yeah, he was. I don't know why my mind went to Jaheim. The picture of him just flashed in my head, and all I saw was the headband and all the stuff that he had on. So I don't know, but I was really wanting to let AOBD know that they did cite a case. I was like, oh, okay, they did. We talked about that last time we was live, and they did cite a case. I was like, oh wow, you talking about speaking something to existence, AOBD. I was shocked. I was like, wait a minute, where's AOBD at? Because they got the BD. Let me pull it. I think I still got it up. Hold on. Oh no, I closed it. Did I close it? I think I closed it. Egg on it. I closed it. Oh, wait a minute. Did I? I closed it. I closed out of it. Child. I closed out of it, but they did cite a case today. So, anyway. So, Angie Stone, she was definitely, that's sad what happened. So, I don't like to think about that. She was fighting for her, So, when somebody starts talking about, they want to get their, what is this called? The music rights or whatever, they go missing or something like that. Missing, unalive, however you want to put it. So that's just sad, but he could sing you, y'all. Love is not a kid. Yeah, it was just, I catered. Oh, wait a minute, Missy Boo. Wait, hold on now. She said, I catered Steve's oldest daughter party. He was so bougie. I told co-workers I thought he was on the other side. They told my boss and got me fired. Missy Boo, really? Yeah, let me tell you. Now, we had a conversation, but that's so wrong. You see how, but you would easily, you said you thought he was on the other side. When you say other side, look, when they ask R. Kelly, do you like young girls? When you say young girls, how you talking? So when you say on the other side, Missy, what you mean on the other side? Which other side are you talking about? Him downstairs side or the clear side? Please tell me what you're talking about, Missy Boo. Just say him downstairs, or you know what, him downstairs where the cookies in. Him downstairs. Is that what you mean? I ain't got no sense. Missy Boo, please. They got you fired. Missy Boo, you can't drop that in here and then just leave it. What other side? Are you talking about him downstairs? All you got to do is say him downstairs. We know what that means. Are you talking about the clear side? Missy Boo done drop this in the chat and let all the way he held his hands up. So him downstairs. Listen, anything could be possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. They say some things go on when you're climbing that ladder. I saw Steve Harvey in person when he was not as, rich as he is, little comedy club in Jersey. And he wasn't all that funny. I said we could have stayed home and watched the movie. Because listen, he wasn't all that funny to me. Now, I saw Cedric the Entertainer before he, went on the Steve Harvey, that show they had and all that. He was just coming out. And when I tell y'all, Cedric was hilarious, though. I love comedy, so. Cedric was hilarious. Steve, not so much. I was like, we could have stayed home and watched a movie. Because he wasn't funny to me. I'm just saying, that's just me on the day. I got it. 2 snaps in the DL, him downstairs. Yes, I got it. And it could be like, we never know what's going on. We don't know, we would never have thought that this man that's on trial right now would ever, like, some of the things, like, it's just, how do you sit there? Did y'all see? I don't know if I was on anybody live, and Cassie asked him a question, had nothing to do with, a freak off or anything actual. And he was like, I'm trying to figure out how to rub this nut. I said, well, what the fuck? She didn't ask you nothing about that. It was something serious about, issues they were having. Like, because they like to put the paws on her. I said, well, what the fuck? Diddy. I said, that you just, child, you also need a program. I'm never going to get over the fact that they had to, because if not, they could have peeled on that case. I think that maybe it was done for a reason. And Diddy probably was like, well, we're going to do this because if the judge says, no, I can't watch the FOs in the back to help y'all with my case. My life is on the line. We can use that. But I couldn't believe that they was arguing something in court, and he decided to sit in the back, and they allowed him to sit back there and watch the break-off tapes. I hope that the USA the government brings that up, because he was trying, like, he needed to be in the court for everything. Wait a minute. So they showed the video in court. He saw the video, but he was like, I'm going to need to see that angle again. Can you ask the judge if I can go in the back and just watch I'm tired, y'all. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed because I could not believe that. I don't know if that's getting down and dirty by saying that, but I do totally believe that it should 100% be brought up. Well, no, maybe it might just add to all the actual stuff that they're going to be saying tomorrow. So yeah, maybe they should leave that out. But you guys have been so much fun. Thank you for putting up with all of my shenanigans. And being here and, do this case and do all the other shenanigans, the side rants about Remy and the Temu or AliExpress papoose, who Remy is now with. Y'all go over there to Battle of Truth. But I'm telling y'all, don't go over there if you don't have time to get hooked. But you will, I don't know. He got from friends in some high battle rap places or something. Because maybe go over there and get y'all life. I am going to go over here because I want to see what Nancy Grace has to say about all of this. Because Nancy Grace is our mean. I've been watching Nancy Grace for a long time. Sometimes she's just nasty, and I'm like, listen, she ain't talking to me. I want to hear what she got to say because she used to be a prosecutor. Come on now. So let's see what she has to say. Yeah, we had a lot of fun today, AOBD. We really did. Shout out to the sponsors of the show. Jerome Street. Yeah, he Temu and AliExpress. I don't know, all right, so, okay. Let me see. You know what? I think that AliExpress has more expensive things on it. So I want to upgrade him. So he upgraded from Temu and now he's AliExpress. Listen. He's still not papoose. Let's leave that one right there, okay? He's not papoose. All right. And so, Remy, take this L because you are stuck with the loser and leave papoose alone, okay? He done moved on. Listen, if you don't want your snot box rocked, stop, okay? Because Clarissa said she wasn't even going to bother you, but the simple fact that you came to the internet, Remy brought this to the internet. Nobody knew that Papoose and Clarissa was messing around. Remy Ma brought this to the internet. She got mad one day and went live, showed some phone, whatever, and doxed that girl and put her real number on the internet. So she did an interview. And the people were like, oh, are you going to? She's like, I wouldn't say anything to her. What they're going through, I didn't mess with, Papoose. We didn't start messing around until I think November of 2024. I think it's 2002. She said Remy and Papoose was done. They weren't together already for 2 years. So, she was like, this has nothing to do with that. She said she put my real phone number on the internet. And she pulled up she saved the call log and she showed them. She said, you see all these people that was calling me back to back because she put my real number on the internet. So she said, that's why I would put hands on her. Because you just don't do that. It's not safe. People can, look up information and stuff like that. And which is true. You want to be safe and protected. Papoose did that for you. Unfortunately, AliExpress Papoose, not so much. Not so much when Papoose knocked him out in front of everybody from Philly. And they had the burners on him and was scared. They said Papoose was wilding. Yeah, this guy, they pissed somebody off. He was in the, clubhouse. And he was like, I wasn't going to say nothing, but nah. It's about to go down. He said, Papoose, knock that clean out. Beat that man's what. And that's where I got that from there. He said, then all them ninjas stood around with the burners. And he said, Papoose was like, who won it? Who else won it? What? He said, and they were standing there with burners in their hands like, yeah, Clarissa said Papoose is nice with the hands. She's like, everybody can't hold everybody can't hold the gloves for her. She said she held the gloves for Papoose. She didn't know he punched that strong. She said she was like, oh, wait a minute, hold on now. You hit me, I'm out there at your back. Like, hold on. She said she wasn't expecting that. It be them quiet ones, them underestimated ones. But boy, it did. Remember you got online and said that boy beat Papoose up? Remy, come on now. So this guy from Philly said he wasn't going to say nothing, but I don't know what, AliExpress Papoose did to him or somebody. I don't know what they did, but the guy, sure enough, he was on Clubhouse and he done told it all. He said, listen, Papoose beat his, you know what? And everybody from Philly just stood by with the burners like, and they said Papoose was just wilding. What do you think? The girl just left her house with him. You wasn't supposed to be there because you weren't on the card. It was already talked about in their therapy session that she was going to cut ties with you after your last battle. So not only were you there, Remy was nowhere to be found when Papoose showed up. So he was looking for them. You in a room hugged up with AliExpress Papoose. Now you know that the real Papoose said that when he saw him, he was going to lay him down. And that's exactly what he did. People got to realize Papoose was heavy in that battle rap world as well. And Remy Mom, don't do that to that man. Don't do that to that man. Like, we all see him in the car spitting his stuff when you was locked up. Or everything. And like I said, if he wrote Sheether, I'm not a Nicki Minaj fan, but shout out to Nicki Minaj because you're the winner. And that's how that's going to go. Because you don't get to be up there to, I write my pen, I like my pat, my weed, my pat. What did she say? My weed, my pat, my pen, my pat, my weed. Whatever the hell she said. That's not true. I believe that he wrote. Come on out and come to the front and write something. Don't get the AliExpress Papoose to help you either. Come on out with something. Come on. Come on out. Because I don't know if y'all saw what Papoose did on that Knicks, for that Knicks campaign that he did. But that shit was fire. And then I saw Fat Joel in the video. I was like, oh, okay. Man, it didn't Remy Ma ain't in it. Oh, all right. That was like maybe a couple years ago. Something like that. Yeah. She got to realize Papoose get a lot of respect in these streets, and it is what it is. He gets a lot of respect in these streets, and for the one big thing is, regardless of what everybody is saying, people want to believe in black love, and he shows you nothing but kindness, my queen, all this other stuff. So you want us to go to believe in that he was abusing you behind the scenes. Why you never said nothing before? You ain't been with him for 2 years. You ain't been with him. Y'all ain't been together for 2 years. Why you ain't say something before? You wait till now. I bet he with you every day. Carissa, I bet he with you every day because he's controlling. You think he controlling Carissa? Carissa gonna give him a go for his money. Stop. I don't know what you're talking about. He's supportive. You said it. And you're gonna miss that. Because every chance this clown get, easy to block captain, he disrespects you. So I'm trying to figure out where you said that he's respectful. He likes me for me. No, he doesn't want to take care of my children. He doesn't want me to take care of his children. Remy. Papoose took care of your son while you were clink. When you came home, your son had an issue with you. You shouldn't even be on the internet. You shouldn't even be on the internet. You missed some of the most important years of your son's life because somebody stole something from you and you brought a pow to a fruit fight. So you shouldn't even be on the internet. That boy is fighting for his life. Your son is incarcerated right now for red rum. You on the internet crashing out. I don't get it. I'm just saying, right? She did what she did. She had to serve what she did 4 years. That's just, she was locked down for 8 8, whatever. I don't know what it was. You missed the most important years of your son's life. And when you came home, y'all had an issue. Now he's click for red rum, and you out here on the internet still popping it. Girl, go sit down somewhere. Did you get your baby boy an attorney or paid one since you said that you got all this money? Because you owe him that. I don't give a good goddamn what happened. You owe him that. You want to be gangster out here, tough and everything. You got a son out here that you left, and you think that it's cool to be, they could having us think that you really pow this girl when y'all was really, you bought the piece there, but they was really struggling over the pow and it went off. But the fact that you bought it and she was trying to, and it went off and you pow her, that's how you got to jail. And you was in there crying. Like, look, Papoose just done ended you because he done told it all. You was in there crying. Buying commissary for people. Child, y'all, it gets deep. Let me get on off here because we've been here a long time. We've been here a long time. I just want somebody to let me know, have y'all ever heard of this lady in the street fighting for real? With her knuckles having somebody put them on their back. Did y'all anybody ever hear that? I've never heard that she had a real street fight. I didn't hear that. Never heard it. Being in a rap battle is not a street fight. Sorry. It's not. It's a fight with words. I'm talking about getting your hands dirty. We're not talking about Lil Britney either. We're not talking about Lil Britney. So I've never heard it. I just want y'all to, if y'all find it next time we come live, if you come here, y'all let me know. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go over there and drop that question over there and Battle Truth chat because he seems to know where to go to get all this information. I'm just not doing it tonight. He's not going to get me. I need to go to bed because I need to be up early for my mother. He's not going to get me, so I'm not going over there tonight. But I am going to go over there and drop it in one of his chats. Hey, did you ever hear? Do you know of any like real scuffles that Remy Ma was in? Because the people want to know. You go ahead and you said she can't fight? Nope, never. It has to be Bronx chicks back in the day. I've never heard nobody. You know how people come out and be like, oh, don't mess with them. Don't mess with them. Let me tell y'all something. True story. So I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. I grew up in the PJs. Yeah. I just happened to go to Catholic school for high school. But my uncle was a boxer, hands registered with the police as weapons and everything. So this, how you grow up in these families, like you don't want to mess with them because X, Y, and Z. And you don't want to mess with them because X, Y, and Z. So it's this family, it was 9 of them, 11 of them all together. And like 3 years ago, right? I visited the area. They were having something. So I went back to, pour back into the community or whatever. And this family, like one of the aunts was like, oh, y'all know her. Y'all know her. Oh, much respect to her. She's one of the sisters from the family. Like, y'all know her. Y'all know her uncle was the boxer back in the day. No, tell him the rest of it. My uncle beat all of them up at the same time. They was jumping him. Sisters, brothers, everybody. My uncle's hands was lethal. Listen, his hands was lethal. My uncle's is giant. Like, listen, I'm telling my uncle's is giant. Well, he passed away. Miss him down, but my uncle's is giants. All my uncles is 7 feet. My mother and them are tall. So yeah, but my uncle was a boxer. Like, listen, nice with the hands. They see me to this day. They don't even. He my uncle passed away a long time ago. Y'all still talking about that? Yeah, I get it. Nobody could beat their family. But my uncle used to walk around with 2 dogs, just crazy as a loon. He'd be walking around by himself, or he in the gym, like, getting it in. And I don't know, they came for him. My uncle was just not having it. All 11 of them, I'm talking, the sisters jumped in every day. My uncle just was knocking them out. My uncle just stood there and waited. Call the cops. Now they threatening him to call the cops because his hands is registered. But y'all shouldn't have tried him. You cannot be doing that. Everybody is not like that. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. Still to this day, they see me like, what's up? Like, yeah, what's up? Like, oh, that's old. Like, my uncle's been gone for like probably 25. My uncle passed away like 25 years ago. They still on it. Like, because I'm telling you, nobody never. Nobody could never even fight the brothers like one-on-one. They didn't really have to do too much jumping, but when they did, they would. And everybody was scared of their family. And my uncle was like, I guess they, tried to test my uncle. I don't know. To this day, I don't know what they were fighting. I don't know why they try to test him like that. I don't know. But yeah, he beat all of them up. Every last one of them. They was coming from every which way. He was slinging, flinging, punching by himself. My other uncles was like, well, he didn't even need to call us. And my mother's baby brother, he's very intelligent. He's not into, but if you bring it out of him, oh yeah, he's huge. He's through the roof too. Yeah. He picked me up for work one day. I was working when I was in high school, and the young boy was like, well, how did you get that tall? My uncle's an a-hole. We all could be, like, we all just say dumb shit. He was like, I used to drink a lot of milk. With a straight face. I was like, you stupid. you are real. You're real stupid. Why would you tell that boy that? But he was just amazed. Like, I have, my uncles are giants. Like, yeah. So, and my mother and them too, like, tall. And so that's just, it is what it is. But, just my uncle, he just happened to be lethal with the hands. I showed my daughter a picture of him the other day. He was passed on when she was born. And yeah. That's how it is. That's how it was. My grandfather was. Woo, y'all better wait a minute. My grandfather was huge. Huge. My grandfather was huge. Hands huge. So yeah. Anywho, I had fun with y'all. Listen to you triggers a different side of my brain. That's therapy. Yeah, so Jerome Street said, so wait a minute, Jerome Street. Is your last name Street for real? You playing on words. Jerome Street said that YouTube is kind of street therapy for him. I know, listen, I've been eating y'all more than y'all know, for real. Sometimes I'll be like, I don't want to come on here with like a sad attitude and stuff like that. So that's why, like, I have this, it's so much going on in the back. But sometimes I'll be like, listen, man. Like today, I was like, man, I'm hopping on. Like, I'm just gonna hop on. It was a last minute thing. I didn't even get to give Allie and for always the heads up. Like, listen, I'm just gonna go on today, and we had a really, really nice time here. And so we're gonna see like what the jury says about this Diddy trial that's finally coming to an end, y'all. Child. So y'all know I have to leave y'all the way I always leave y'all, but let me give y'all another shout out. Thank y'all so much for sponsoring the show today, Allie, Baby A, Jerome Street, Mizzy Boo. I really enjoyed you, and for always, forever for life, always got my back when I'm stuck. She be like, you mean? She understands the chemo fog going on up here. Like, listen, sometimes I just be like, okay, I gotta find a word for this. Like, shout out to For Always for the Peace-titution. Every time I say it, I'll be like, yeah, or For Always is that Peace-titution. Okay. So shout out to y'all thank you for donating to the channel, being the channel sponsors for today. I love you all. Had such a nice time. Shout out to AOBD for sliding through at the end. You missed it, but we had fun over here. And I'll end the show the way I always end the show, by advising you that men are bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too. Because of the stigma surrounding the word breast, we've changed the word to peck and or chest cancer over here on the Survivor Speaks channel. We're going to continue to bring awareness that men get breast cancer too. And to all of my ladies, please make sure you're getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. Don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm Survivor Speaks. I'll see you guys in the next live stream. I don't know what we're doing next. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we're going to do something next after this Diddy thing's over, because we're waiting for Nasiah, but I'll see y'all in the next video. Peace out. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a thief in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. It's just hard if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Over here to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wipe your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speaks. What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah, it's Survivor Speaks and it's showtime.